fun. That's the most important part. I haven't had fun playing that game in like 6 months, so it was nice to have fun.
I was gonna say.
Alright.
Or was it? It wasn't that type of run, was it? Or race?
It was just an anniversary race.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Let me see how I can do this.
I protect this. We can't protect themselves.
Alright. I am just going to... Okay, cool. I can totally do it this way, which is not terrible.
Alright, can you guys hear the vacuum in the background or no?
Barely.
Okay, good. Are we live? Are we live, Ben?
Yeah, I'm just live tooling around. I'm just testing how we want to get set up here, like what layout's gonna look nice for everybody.
So it's just, yeah, okay. Sweet.
Hey, you don't have to if you don't want to. I'm just working on the Hi Bubba. I made dinner. I made some sausage palm wraps, Larry.
Oh. Palm.
It was just like I was looking and I was like, Shelby's asleep. I didn't make any food. Sausage palm.
Oh, palm.
Yeah, some palm. Even though I don't have palm, I only got Asiago.
I thought you said like palm leaves. I'm like, what? Sausage and palm leaves? Okay.
I mean, you could do like palm hearts maybe. Is a weird texture between the two though, because you have something that's kind of like firm and gooey versus sausage. Like that's, I don't know about that, man. Like I'm down for anything.
I mean, like in palm leaves.
Yeah, like stuffed palm leaves.
Like if you do wrap sausage in a palm leaf, I don't know what that would. That's some kind of marrying, dude. I don't know if that would. I don't.
Yeah. No, it's just like I have a pepper that's starting to turn. I have a bunch of onions, and I got sausage that I pulled out to make a soup that never got made. I want to say I was supposed to make it like yesterday, and it just didn't happen. So I'm taking styling cues from setting this up from Finn. Just trying to figure out how Finn would make things pretty.
I like his layout. I want to do something like that.
Yeah, like that's something. It's like I'm just working with like the base layout that I normally have, and just kind of constructively fitting things in from there. You know.
I actually kind of meant sometime in the past week to reach out to you and be like, hey, now that you've been on his stream and seen how his D&D runs, how can we do that?
I mean, I can do it, and the thing is, you know, it's
complicated. I know he's got like some really complicated setup where Roll20 broadcasts like hit points and everything to the outer frame by everybody's cameras. I don't want to get that complicated with it.
Yeah, that sounds like a custom CSS pull.
I believe it is. Now, you know, little tiny animated GIF map showing the, you know, where we are in the world. That one I like.
Yeah, I mean, I could do something like this so far. Like if it's just like 6 people, I could definitely find a way to fit like 3 or 4 on the side and maybe 2 across the bottom, and then still have like what would almost resemble like some slimmed down 16:9 or 4:3 for the actual play area. Like I don't think that's difficult. It just comes with.
There won't be a play area then.
Mr. 16:10.
Yeah. Is there 16:10? Yeah, we could do 16:10. That's widescreen letterbox.
16:10.
Ben, there isn't going to be a play area.
Yeah, I know there's not a play area today.
No, he is not going to use one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm only here for like a one shot, my dude.
Yeah. I mean, this is me redoing everything for our D&D streams anyway.
Okay, I thought you were just doing it for this. Like, there won't be a play area. You don't need to make a play area.
Nah, dude. Nah, dude.
God,
No, my dude.
Well, bye.
Bye then.
Now we have Bob's split screen. So this is one of the reasons why Finn does use Zoom, is because even if people leave the call, it doesn't like shift things. Yeah, it doesn't shift things like Discord does, which is tough. I think there's a way to lock it. Let's see. But once you get everything set, it's all in the same area. It just rotates. So we are just waiting for. We have no queue tonight, so we're waiting for Palmer, who will always be late.
And Alec, supposedly.
And Alec.
I don't know if Alec.
Alec was up really late with us. Like, I mean, like,
No, like we were up for a while.
we were up until 6 in the morning, my time, dude, or our time, Larry.
What happened with that boat? Did that? What was with the boat? I'm telling you,
I'm really curious.
The one that appeared at the very end that Fountain and I took off in was still there when we logged off.
Makes no sense. I'm telling you, I think there's someone admin commanding. I'm telling you, those certainly.
Nobody. Again, the only person who could have admin command is Ben. The only person who can do it is the person running the server. Otherwise, there are like mods and peaks and stuff. Which
Ben was doing one shots on trees for no reason. Sterling cores came out of nowhere.
I have done nothing. You can check all of my stream history and the server history, because if I typed in a command, it would show up, correct?
I am not 100% sure, honestly. I think the command list gets wiped when you shut down your server.
Nah, you guys know exactly what I do. I only, if I am on, I'm streaming.
Look, I'm pretty sure I know. I don't think Larry's off, completely off base with this idea, but I don't think we can prove anything, so I don't think it really matters.
Boats disappearing and dying for no reason, boats popping out.
No, again, you're probably right, but none of us can prove anything, so I'm not.
He found 150 iron out of nowhere. He didn't even know he had.
Well, no, I didn't find it out of nowhere. I brought it with me from when I was playing.
Larry, I'm just gonna send you a message real quick.
Okay, hey, Alex here. So we're just waiting for Palmer. Okay. But yes, you are now subject to me finding a new way to make our server better. Or our server better? Sorry. Our presentation of Dungeons and Dragons work better and maybe be a little bit more stylistic. Shoutouts to Finn. Bob, have you ever done any like strictly online D&D stuff before? I assume you have. Okay.
Yeah, he's a long-time veteran.
I helped run a campaign for Penny Arcade for a while.
Oh yeah.
Which led to me being Dungeons and Dragons canon, which is really cool. I've done a couple of online games as well. So yeah, I'm experienced in online D&D.
Cool.
I have played with every possible virtual tabletop I have come across, and
What's your favorite?
absolutely none of them.
Yeah.
See, that tracks exactly with what
But
I
if you had
know.
gun to your head, which one would you choose? What would you go to?
If I had to, I'd use Roll20 just because it's the one most people seem to have access to.
Okay.
And I tend to go with what is the path of least resistance for most people, you know? As I was saying earlier, we were discussing older versions of D&D and how I tend to not run the older versions of D&D when a new version is out, just because it's easier for new players to get the new books and that kind of thing. So,
Not to mention, yada yada yada. 3.5 is crazy and has all sorts of shit and is busted and so on.
it's also bad.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's as good as 5.
I definitely think I could make something like this work. I would need to retool this layout over the week, but I could definitely make something like this work if that would. Obviously, it would be balanced.
Put my webcam on at any given time. I just haven't brushed my hair, so I look like a.
Dude, I know that feel, dude. Like I legit can identify. Yeah.
That's why I invented hats.
It's
Yeah,
just
but
the
I
same
have long
one.
hair.
It's got a new hat.
For me, my hair is everywhere because it's long.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude.
mine's starting to get back out there.
Oh yes.
In anime, a hat counts as character development. Just remember that.
Got a point.
Thing is, how do we normally have what, 6 or 7 total?
What people playing D&D?
Yeah,
7
for a
total.
normal 7 total.
people, including me.
1,
When she
2.
was around, it was 8.
Okay, so 7. I would have to
6
push.
players.
I would have to push things back a little bit, but I have an idea. Now I'm gonna start getting to sketching here. Maybe not sketching per se, but it's gonna bring this in and back. You all can yell at my lovely desktop and how always organized it is, and I won't hear anything otherwise.
Oh man.
Neos, you can always talk to Val if you're looking for suggestions for like a specific Dungeons and Dragons overlay. She does her own for her campaigns.
I mean, I also do all of my own shit.
Trad, will we be watching your computer the whole night? Trad,
What, Larry?
are we gonna be watching your computer the whole night?
No. I
He
just
was
haven't
there
really
for a
looked at
minute.
myself in the mirror today and didn't realize how much of a madman I looked like, so I'm going to try to make myself
We're
a
all
little bit presentable.
Gotta make yourself look pretty for the peoples.
Yep, I happened to spot myself on the camera, show up on Ben's stream there, and I said, "Nope, we're gonna fix that nonsense."
Happens to the best of us, buddy. Why do you think I'm a
I'm
virtual
gonna
cat
claim
boy
I-
now?
Wait, would it be better to claim I just woke up and haven't looked at the mirror at 5 p.m., or that I've been awake all day and haven't looked at a mirror?
I mean, we stayed up really ass late, so like,
I was up at like 8.
I fell
Some days
asleep at
it's like
6,
8.
woke up at like 11, so yeah.
Yeah, no judgment.
Yo, what's up,
either way
Brian?
from me.
Let me just fuck around with. You know what?
You fuck around with everything you like to, mate.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. And the best part is, like, if we're doing 5e, I'm somewhat comfortable with it, and I'm just probably gonna pick last out of what's left and just kind of let everyone have their fun, and then I'll build from there.
If you don't get to. Fuck
Don't
you.
don't worry too much about that. Like, tonight's gonna be a cool little session 0 where we're gonna talk through some stuff. And we'll just have some fun, you know.
What fun? But this is
Yeah.
a speed running
I would
stream.
say, unlike some speedrunning streams, games are fun.
True.
Well, I mean, if Ben keeps playing Nier Automata after the anniversary race like he did last time and runs it into the ground, it will be.
To be honest,
Can I tell you how confusing it is when you call him Ben?
yeah.
Yes.
I call
Wait.
him Ben. I know. So, Bob, I'm gonna call him Ben all night because I know him before he streams. So
Do we have another
knew
Ben?
him before.
Me.
Yeah, we have the same name.
Damn it.
Wait, how are you not Bob? Wow, that's not confusing at
Yeah,
all.
why Bob to go with Ben? I'm confused.
How are you not Ben the Ninja Goldfish?
Because,
Look, I was
that's
kind
what-
enough and let he was kind enough and let me take the name.
the story.
It's gonna be as confusing as it was when we had 2 Alex in the group.
The story. I answer to Bob. It's fine. Don't worry about that. It's just when I hear Ben, sometimes I want to.
I can be angry. I am angry all the time.
The story behind
Not
my
really.
name came in
Okay, let me see how I want to
early
do this.
90s
Yo, what's up, Dan?
when I was working at Games Workshop, and I was running like a little game, a campaign like in store for like the customers and that, and I needed like a villain. So I came up with, and you know how everyone just names everything Bob, right? Because when you don't have a good name stuff, you name it Bob. It's just what you do. So I came up with this character called Bob the Ninja Orc, and
Was this Warhammer?
this was 40k.
I thought so. Okay.
And it was just a little joke at the time because I'd been watching Bob Ross that morning on telly. So the Bob comes from Bob Ross, and then about 2 or 3 months later, I needed like an internet handle name, and I just finished watching an episode of the Earthworm Jim cartoon that had the evil goldfish
All
in
right,
it.
so I'm going to be working
So it
on
just became
setting
Bob
up a
the
new
Ninja
layout
Goldfish.
in the back.
That's where the name came from.
I don't like.
It's not that great of a story, but
It's
That's
a story,
how I'm
though.
not. But that's how I'm not. So why my name is Bob rather than.
You are not the ninja goldfish himself. You are the reference to the ninja goldfish.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm having one of my brain moments where I'm staring at. I know what I want to do. I just haven't.
Like I said, literally just crop off the left and right 10%, make them all squared off, and it'll fit along the bottom perfectly.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is just the actual layout itself. I am gonna just review and just expand it. It's just an idea of me getting what I need there.
Tunnel effect, bro.
Right? I love that shit. That shit always amused me as a kid in the hairdresser, because you just have your row of chairs and they'd spin you around and you'd hold the mirror to check out the back of your head, but you could see the mirror in front of you and back and forth, and then the mirror's behind you. Ah, dude, I love that shit.
Never grew out of that at all.
Nope, never have, dude. Growing up is overrated.
If I didn't think I would fall into another dimension, I'd put a fucking mirror in front of me and behind my computer.
Let's try. Bam, 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 bang, doo, doo.
Chad, you look fine. What are you talking about?
A bit more because I brushed my hair and put on another shirt and shit.
Look at that LA chic beanie going on there.
Is that LA chic? I don't know what that is.
The hipster, it's the hipster.
Let's go to LA and get some tacos. LA.
Oh, Bob, I bet you have one of these, don't you? Huh? First edition?
Not anymore. I don't. No.
They were dicks.
They were dicks, but when I relocated, a lot of my stuff went bye, unfortunately.
So a lot of the spell descriptions are a lot looser and just a lot like very specific about like things like wish or time warp.
Mm-hmm.
If your player doesn't spend a good solid couple of minutes trying to figure out how to word it, then you spend a good solid couple of minutes trying to make them regret not wording it properly.
Oh yeah, it's total monkey's paw, right? Like,
outright suggest you throw your players into an inescapable time loops. Like, who does that?
Evil people.
Well, I guess fundamentally it just comes from the fact that it was originally based on like tabletop war games.
yeah,
Tabletop war, life isn't fair.
That competitive aspect of it was a big part of it. And now it's evolved into something completely its own.
it has. It's gone through some changes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Brain is enormous.
Fucking giga brain over there.
Yeah, I construct stuff so it's like modular, so I can fuck around with it and change it as need be. I need this top piece to fucking not exist. There it is. So now I can import these back in. Where the fuck did I save them? Oh. Aha! Giga brain strats. What you got, Bubba? Popsicle? Yeah, popsicles sound good. That was dinner. Quick and easy.
Pardon me.
Palmer. Yo, you said 7. That's 3 minutes. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Damn.
Palmer never has any clue of what the fuck's going.
Yeah, like, maybe you want to be a little early? I don't know. Shit. Maybe help out Ben with making layouts?
I don't fucking need anybody's help.
No, I mean as in give him...
So it would make my life easier? Yeah, but Carrie Palmer doing anything to make my life easier? That's a funny fucking joke, dude.
I mean,
The amount of pain and suffering that man has fucking caused me, I swear to Christ. I'm having like actual gigabrain thoughts right now, and I'm very happy with myself. Like actual, like happy gigabrain thoughts. Brighton wants to know how you like Harry the Hammer, Bob.
Who?
Harry the Hammer, I assume it's probably some sort of wrestling reference.
Harry the Hammer?
Yeah.
What? Does he mean Mickey Rourke's character Harry? That I don't know.
It's a
Harold
Warhammer character.
Hammerstorm. Harold Hammerstorm. It's a Warhammer reference.
Cool echo
I'm
effect.
not gonna lie to you. I've not been up on the Warhammer lore in the last 10 or so years. So if it's something that's happened then, I'm not overly familiar with it, unfortunately. Let me Google it.
Oh, doing the
I
stack.
have to fix the lighting situation in my room.
Your lighting's fine. It's better than mine.
Man, wouldn't it be awesome if someone here knew lights? That would be great, right?
Well, I only have what's available to me when I rented this apartment, then. So. Actually,
Oh, I'm sorry.
here,
You're gonna
let
sass
grab
me
my-
on living conditions? That's really fucking ironic, isn't it?
I'm not sassing you on living conditions.
I
just
see you,
saying what
fucking
I'm
dread.
thinking.
Oh, you mean Harold Hammerstorm? Yeah, no.
Okay.
He's cool. I was never really a Chaos player, to be honest. And I don't think he's shown up in Age of Sigmar, if I remember rightly. If I remember rightly, he died to Vlad von Karstein? Question mark? That's a big old question mark right
Just
there.
need to grab. I have Larry. You know, this isn't as much work as I thought it would be, to be honest. Like, it's actually really not.
Oh, you know what would really help is if I probably pulled up your chat.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not here to fucking force you to do anything. I am just...
Give Ben more viewers? What's wrong with you?
Ew, gross. Okay, so if I do it this way...
You stream to the void and the void alone.
Dude, the void fucking stares back 90% of the time. Okay, here is properties. This is me going to fucking use Big Brain. Edit transform. These boxes are... That's not right. Oh, no, that is right. I understand what it's doing. Okay. All right. It's time for some math, because math can never be wrong, theoretically. 1348.
What's your play, Brian? If you don't mind me asking.
340.
Oh, speed corn army. Yeah.
Okay.
That was.
Step counter going down. It's really unsettling.
That should fix all of them. Because I forgot to turn off my bot from Dark Souls.
Okay. Seeing it go down and then come back up is really kind of crazy.
You know, it's really easy. All I have to do is click one button to make it stop, but some days those 2 clicks just ain't fucking worth it, dude.
Just nope.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
Isn't that pretty much why your Valheim runs like crap? Because you don't bother to switch over what's handling the processing on it?
Yeah, I could swap that over to CPU next time. Actually, let me check what my settings are. I think I'm actually encoding on CPU currently. I am encoding. Yeah, I'm encoding on CPU, dude. Nah, because if you're encoding on CPU, it leaves your GPU free to do what GPU do. So I had mine encoding on CPU last night, so no, it was just unoptimized server in the pit, basically. Dude, once we got rid of all the shit in the pit, I gained like 10 FPS. I think that game just handles,
Wait,
like,
how'd you get rid of it?
we just took it and dumped it in other servers.
Wait, did they happen? Some of it got hidden in my rafters in a chest that I think nobody else can open.
Yeah, I literally went in and made my own server just where I can take any character of mine and dump stuff. That is its sole purpose.
It's alright, graveyard, eh? Graveyard server.
No, I called it the how was it? It was like trash something, and then I was like, wait, I should have called it Trash Lantis.
It's what we call
It's gonna wind up being mostly stone axes.
Palmer, you live? Or are you eating pizza rolls? Easy.
Palmer's doing something.
Eating them pizza rolls.
I don't trust it, but he's doing something.
Damn pizza rolls, yo.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I had to feed the cats.
Oh, we had to feed the caddies. All right, questions. How did you get Fluffy Mama?
How did I get her?
She got caught inside of the thing, and then she went in the cage, or you had to grab her?
No, I had to snatch her manually. She walked in. She was the only one in there, so I closed the garage. She backed herself into a corner, and I just put the cage up to her face, and she just ran into it. So it was pretty simple. It was a pretty simple grab.
It's pretty non-cat-like.
Yeah. She's definitely got like a respiratory infection, right?
She's got definitely got something wrong with her. Yeah, I think she's a left behind kitty as well because she like adjusted to inside really quickly. She's got like a whole large kennel as well.
Hi, Alec. What up? We can't hear you. Muted.
Hi. Yeah, I pushed the talk. I've been kind of switching a few things around. The lighting here isn't great right now, but I can make it better.
I'm gonna have it set so no matter what, it'll look pretty okay. I mean, this is just like basic shit for right now, but I think it'll be a vast improvement to what we have.
Alrighty.
So the only two people who aren't on cam are the person streaming and the person who pretty much done all the promotion and set it up.
The cat guy. He's right there. Don't you see him?
Yeah, how dare you deny my virtual cat-like existence? I gotta be careful around Palmer, though. He's gonna send me back to the vet if I keep acting up.
Get your beans chopped up.
Yeah, we be taking beans out here, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. What the fuck I need them for, dog? I call that free fucking savings on birth control. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yikers.
Where's Reliant? Or Flutter?
You want to know the sad thing about that army, Brighton, is you wouldn't be able to play it in a tournament.
Oh, Reliance there.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wouldn't be tournament legal in like grand tournaments and things because, and this is really sad in the state of current Games Workshop rules. If you paint Chaos pink, people are going to think it's Slaanesh. So, 1 second, folks. I'll be right back.
No worries. Okay. So... let me get rid of this, and... I'm gonna add a new image. Oh, I gotta export it first, idiot.
Yeah, idiot. I don't even know.
I always forget that. I save stuff and then forget to export it, so like it don't fucking help me.
Saving something should be enough. Damn it.
Nah, I mean to add it in. Okay. Okay, love you, Bubba.
Oh, I might have the pack.
Okay, just be careful, be safe.
Hey, you say hello to that lovely young lady for me.
Oh, she can hear. She'll probably come say hello.
Bob!
Hey, you!
How are you?
All the better for hearing you, my dear.
Alright.
Okay, Bubba, I'll be here. Okay, so if I bring this down here, things should start slotting into place rather nicely. I just need to properly trim the cameras from now. And get rid of the fact that there's so much garbage from this previous layout that I pulled.
Mine is actually up now, by the way.
There we go. It looks like Discord was just being shardy. Okay.
It'll do that sometimes.
That'd explain why I couldn't see the channel at first.
Okay. So I now have something to work with. Can get rid of a bunch of stuff here. Wow. Yeah, this is like the last layout I wanted to tackle because I knew it was just gonna be like horrid to try and deal with.
For real.
Oh, half the shit's too. There we go.
Oh, they're on 9th edition now, Brighton. They just launched 9th. About 6 months ago. And if you're into the Return of the Primarchs, you'll be playing Ultramarines, because they're the only one that's got their Primarch back right now.
Okay.
So the Stormborn are actually in the Age of Sigmar, and they're just basically Space Marines in fantasy battle, basically. And the you're thinking about the the upgraded Space Marines. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm completely blanking on their name.
I took some of your idea, Trad.
Gonna line them on the bottom without squaring them.
Well, I figure the DM should have some importance, so it would make sense if it's over in a more important spot. Plus, it's also a fucking nightmare trying to jam all, like, everything into, like, one area, you know?
Oh shit. What's up, Palmer?
Look at that hair.
Hey, guys.
Put us all to shame.
Oh, I just woke up from a nap.
Yeah, right. You didn't put a product in there and get that shit all messy. Shut up.
No,
Lie.
there's no problem. I actually haven't showered today, so you can probably see in the back.
Is their product still there from before you slept?
From yesterday, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's still their product. Oh, shit.
In a wig.
No way.
He's on to me.
Uh,
I'm just catching Pokemon right now. So.
catching the Pokemon. You still play Go?
Yeah, yeah.
Man.
We
Legit.
sometimes.
I mean, gotta do something right?
Played Go in a while. Long.
Yeah, we play it just from our house, mostly like with incense and stuff. Occasionally when we go to restaurants, like we went to the zoo the other day and it was pretty good Pokemon action. Also saw turtles bang.
You know, sometimes you gotta.
Yeah, I was like, oh, what are they doing? Look at that. And then I was like, oh. So
Oh.
I took a video and posted it on Twitter. The obvious thing to do.
There's still so many artifacts from this old layout. Good God. There we go. Get rid of it all.
Say at this point you could probably just rebuild it from scratch to
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I can build you a D&D overlay. Holy shit.
Yo, is that the kitty stream you just pulled up?
Actually, I'm actually closer to this than I thought I was.
Do you guys hear that noise?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
As, as the kitty stream was at a different volume than everything else.
It was
apparently.
blast, bro. Blasting that.
So anyway, Carrie started blasting.
Only deafened me a little bit there.
I hear banging and crashing, and it's literally not my fault. We can start whenever. I'm just like fucking losing my mind, by the way. This is just something I'm gonna work on as we talk, because it.
Spence, you know you have to pick a character and make all this shit and actually listen to what he says.
No, Larry, I was just gonna fuck off the entire night. I swear to God, all of you.
You're just gonna not listen and then have all the questions not answered, and you're gonna be like, what did he say?
Oh, you
Why
mean
you think
business
that
as
makes
usual?
Says the man who is literally never at his own D&D stream.
Wow, get fucked.
Yeah, Palmer and Ben are one of the worst ADD
I love you
children.
guys.
Among the
Well,
worst.
these two are like
Among the
together.
worst is y'all just try and shit on me like you think you know what's going on, but 90% of the time you don't.
No, they're among the. You're supposed to say we're among the worst and that we stand amongst the worst. You turn it around on the rest of us.
Yeah, I know how this goes.
Do you?
In a way.
Mhm.
In a way, had a way, alright?
Yeah, your boy is not punctual, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
no way.
Palmer done been known for not being on time.
Never on time.
That's why I don't hold it against Palmer ever if he's late. We don't fuck around about
You
it.
set
He's
the
late.
bar so
What it is.
low that people are only ever pleased from that point forward.
Dude, my single biggest bugbear in life is having my time wasted. Like, I
You
fucking
come to the
hate
wrong
it.
place then, my friend.
No, because I came here with really low expectations.
I'm glad we have taught you well.
There you go, man. That's the trick.
But like, if I'm going to like a doctor's appointment or something, and it's like, oh, your appointment's at like 10:30, and like they call me back at like 11:15, I'm gonna be mad.
Yeah, that's called the DMV experience.
Yeah. Congratulations on being DMV'd.
Yeah.
Call it pointless.
All right, so like this in a way is not awful. I can definitely live with this, or at least a jump off point.
Cool.
To think that we all started playing together as a group roughly 2 years ago as a thing for like International Tabletop Day. It was supposed to just be a one-time thing.
Oh, what international tabletop game? What? I don't remember that.
What the
I don't
fuck
remember
you
there
on
was a
about?
reason. I just remember Ben's like, well, I'm gonna play
Well,
D&D. I was like,
I remember
"Alright, I'll
that-
play."
I remember I suggested that we played Dungeons and Dragons as a thing for International Tabletop Day. That was about 2 years ago.
I don't remember that. Yeah, you must have better memory.
I remember-
I don't know that.
I remember playing and then never having a Sunday to ever again.
You know, it's funny. Me too, bud. Me too.
Ben, what would you be doing otherwise other than speedrunning a bad game?
I don't know. Maybe
Oh,
having
yeah, see, I
sexual
was gonna say
relations with my
exactly
wife.
that, so.
I would just run bad games, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Hey Palmer, what do you do much in your free time these days?
That pretty much just what Larry said.
And
Yeah.
kitty stuff.
Yeah, dude, the kitty game is pretty fucking strong around here lately. Actually, so Lauren started me on this new allergy regimen, bro, and I gotta say, I actually, like, today, I was like, does this smell like blah, blah, blah? She was like, yeah, it does. I was like, oh my god, it's fucking working. I can smell.
I can smell clearly now. My sinuses drained.
It's just crazy because, like, we have, like, a cat inside right now, and I'm not even bothered. It's just surreal, because usually it's like, I can't even be in the same room. Like, if people have cat hair on their clothes, it'll fuck me up, so.
I used
I
to
didn't
be
know you were
almost
allergic to
that bad, but then I started living with cats and I grew acclimatized. Like,
Yeah.
technically I'm allergic to dogs, but it never shows because I grew up with one.
Yeah, even hairless cats will mess me up. I guess it's like a skin thing.
Yeah, it's the dander. It's not the actual fur that's the issue.
Well, damn.
Yeah, but I just take 4 different pills in the morning and I'm cured.
4?
It's
Legitimately?
not hard anymore, but I can breathe.
Yeah.
My
I haven't
breakfast is
slept
in pill
6
shape.
days, but it's going well outside of that.
Great, guys. I can hold a cat. I feel better. Anal leakage is a little bit worse. I mean, shit.
Hey, I'm old enough to
Preparation
remember
H
Alestra.
totems, my friend. Change your life.
Not to mention, oops, I crapped my pants.
I crap my pants. True.
God, that is a throwback and a half.
Oops, I crapped my pants is my Britney Spears cover band.
Is it?
Nice.
No.
It should be. Don't lead me on like this. I'm waiting for like lounge covers of Britney Spears, but with poop.
If only.
I was just off. That's okay though. You know. I'm going to say already that Trad is going to be the tough one to capture because he moves around more than me and I'm like the stereotypical ADD child.
I can like run around a bunch of you when I like.
Just lean back in your chair.
Pretty
That's part of
much.
why I keep the camera off me most D&D nights for big chunks of it, because I have trouble sitting still.
Nah, fucking hard agree, homie.
You just replace him with a GIF.
True.
I could get into that, yeah.
Oh yeah, just do it like in that Keanu Reeves movie where that bus was hijacked with a bomb and it couldn't go below 80 miles per hour, and you just play like a looping video feed.
It's a very iconic movie. I don't know why you're not just saying the movie name Speed.
I can't
Speed.
remember.
It's literally Speed, yes.
It's called Speed.
All I remember is Keanu Reeves and something about
I thought you were
something
trying to
about
be
Kansas
funny.
City Wildcats.
I thought you were trying
You
to-
remembered all that?
It's a very
can't remember the
I got a
word.
strange selective memory, all right?
You've got a something, Carrie. You've got a
Hey,
something.
you guys knew what I was talking about. You got
Yeah,
it.
exactly what
it's a
you were
very
talking
iconic
about.
movie.
All right, are we good to go or?
Yeah,
No.
I think we have everybody. So
All right. Hello everybody. I'm Bob. As you can see, I have taken quarantine to finally embrace my dwarven heritage and grow out my beard. And this whole thing has come together quite quickly over the last like 10 days or so. From like Palmer and Ben just being like, hey, you should DM for us or
Yeah.
something. And then now I'm here. So after talking a bit with people and stuff like that, I thought what would be a really interesting thing to do is take this week and do kind of a session 0. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's where a group gets together and discusses what they want out of a game, what they're expecting. And in this case, because with the exception of Alec, I don't think I've gamed with anyone here before. Alec, we gamed together at RPG Limit Break a couple of times.
Yeah, I think so. I think I am the only one.
Yeah.
So the idea being that not only are we going to be working on how we want to approach next week's adventure, we're also going to be talking and using this as kind of a what's the word I'm looking for? An example on how to sort of get to know a new player in a group, ingratiate a new player in a group, that kind of thing. So the way I always like to start is to talk a little bit about our experience with the game. I don't know whether you probably know a bit about everyone here's experience already. But for me, I started playing D&D in 1985 or 6, which means I've been playing for years, which is code for not wanting to commit far too long. And my first experience as a dungeon master came in the early 90s because I had a guy that, and I'm sure we've all had these, that was running a game and was like, oh, I'm going to put in a NPC and give them all the best loot and give my girlfriend all the best loot and give them the story and that kind of thing. And I was like, I can do better than this, man. Like, and I just started running, and that's kind of become my default role within a group, is as the storyteller or dungeon master or games master, or if you're playing the Alien role-playing game, the game mother, which is horrifyingly on brand for Alien.
More keeper for Cthulhu.
Yeah, so that's kind of, and that's the role I enjoy having, is telling the story. I'm not so much a player, because I've just had so many experiences as a player where someone may or may not have known what they were doing as a dungeon master, and it's kind of ruined things for a few people. So the role I take on is dungeon master. When I do play, I tend to play skill monkeys, play a lot of bards, rogues, that kind of thing. But yeah, that's kind of me. And I met quite a few people here through speedrunning and not being one myself, but attending marathons. So
We
that's
like
me.
your voice.
Yeah, that's me. Who wants to go next?
We could do from the top to the bottom, which means Larry, Smokey, Palmer, Trad, Alec.
Oh, I'm next. Dang. All right.
Damn, put you on the spot, brother.
Dang. All right. So, D&D. I didn't really play it when I was young. I first played D&D in college. I was definitely into in the nerd fraternity, and a lot of people played D&D, and that's how I got introduced to it. I vaguely knew about it, never played it when I was growing up. But first time playing, not very. Sessions didn't last more than maybe a handful each time. Then recently with Critical Role and all that stuff, I ended up consuming a lot of D&D. Actually the first one was Swan Song by Roleplay, which was JP. I loved that one. It was really good. It got me back into it. I was like, oh man, like in one shots too. There was a few one shots with JP. JP, hit me JP. Really good with the D&D. And I did it on Twitch. So I consumed a lot, and then now I've been playing with you guys for so long, but definitely learned a lot about D&D by consuming it and watching it before I actually played it. So that's my D&D. I just started DMing for my niece, which has been really fun. Teenage girls, yay. So 4 of them. Yeah. So that's mostly dip my toe into DMing.
Everyone starts their nerd journey somewhere. So who's next?
Smokey.
Okay. Okay. So, Bob, I think I'm the only one here currently that you're probably unfamiliar with, because I haven't been to a speedrun marathon yet.
He doesn't know me. We just were at the same in the same.
Yeah,
building.
I didn't really meet Bob until now either, so it's all good.
We may have been in the same location, but I don't really know a lot.
We've been in the same location digitally before.
Yeah.
And in person.
Anyway, sorry, Smokey, go ahead.
What I meant was that I think of everybody here. I'm probably the person that you're least familiar with. So I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. I'm the resident furry, and I have been a player for, I want to say, since my sophomore year in high school, because the system that I actually started with was 3.5, and I moved from there to Pathfinder, from Pathfinder to 4E, from 4E, which was a dumpster fire of a system, I will say, and I will die on that hill.
You are not wrong.
And then I went from 4E to a huge hiatus because when I got into college, D&D was kind of in that gray zone of what was cool and what was not cool to do. So I kind of had to drop Dungeons and Dragons as a whole when I got to college. I played a few one shots here and there, but a lot of the people that I played with were pretty shitty, to say the least.
Yeah.
And then Critical Role happened, much like Larry. I saw a resurgence in Dungeons and Dragons in popularity, so I decided to pick up 5e. And yeah, that's mostly my experience with Dungeons and Dragons as a whole.
Okay.
As a player, I'm more attuned to playing whatever floats my boat at the time, but I'm mainly gravitate towards either spellcasters or classes that can have a familiar or a pet.
Okay.
Things like Ranger, Warlock, Druid.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Cool. I'm currently in the process of writing up my own one-shot that I would love to play with these top heads at some point.
Whoa.
Well, you know I say it. You know I say it with love. You know I say it with love. I would love to play it with these guys at some point. I'm just kind of working the ins and outs of it. And as of recently, the only class that I will not play is cleric. I tried that for the first time ever. Recently, I did not care for it.
Yeah, I found clerics to be an acquired taste. People either love them or hate them. They're like the Marmite of D&D 5e.
I can honestly agree with that, including with my own experience.
So we've got Palmer next, I think.
Oh, and he just got back too.
I thought he was gonna be gone. And then
I was already ready.
Palmer's gone. And
No, guys, I could hear it from the other room. I would have to go get my pizza rolls, and they were gone. So I had to come up with a plan B for my dinner.
Palmer and Ben
It's not a dragon session with Palmer unless there's Totinos involved.
We gotta get some Palmer and Ben bingo one of these sessions.
All right.
Who gets bingo first?
So next week's adventure will be the case of Palmer's missing pizza rolls.
They're gone. All my pizza rolls are just gone. So I had to eat cereal for dinner like an animal. Anyways, I really do like this cereal. It's very good. So yeah, my name is Carrie, or Professor Palmer, and familiar with most of these guys. You know, I didn't really start playing D&D till I think the first D&D I ever played was with some buddies who had played together for some years. And when I got started, they were like, hey, we're gonna do like a small one-shot in the middle of our campaign over holiday if you want to come and just try. So I was like, sure. I made like a randomly generated character on online and showed up with zero expectation and experience, and we were doing a module called Tomb of Horrors, and it went dreadfully bad, and it turns out it was kind of supposed to, but like I just thought that I didn't know what to think. I had no experience with it. Anyways,
that's like the worst thing in first time.
Yeah.
That's like literally the one thing. Hey, what do you want to play first time? Not Tomb of Horrors. That's exactly not.
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
It's the equivalent of like the first time you step into Starfleet Academy and going, "Hey, it's your first lesson. This is the Kobayashi Maru," right? Like,
yeah, it was. I literally, and I had I didn't know any of the spells, and they were like, download all these apps to keep track of your spells and stuff, and I was a mess.
Was this the campaign that you started playing as a ranger?
No,
you were telling me about that.
So then, I started playing with you guys around the same time. I played with an in-person group on Thursdays as well. We did a Curse of Strahd.
That's the one.
Yeah, and I know that, you know, like, especially just in general, like, I would play the Curse of Strahd with a guy that I met at work, actually. And for the longest time, he was like, dude, I didn't even know you liked D&D. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense, though, because, you know, like, I'm cool and reasonably good looking, so you know, it's easy to miss, you know, just from appearance sake. But now this guy that I worked with at Chuck E. Cheese, hey, you guys.
Yo, I'm cool for Chuck E. Cheese, man. No,
yeah,
right?
Dude, you want to know what it's like being the coolest guy at Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, brother. I'm fucking laughing over here. You're killing me, bro.
So yeah. Anyways, I met this guy at work, who big DM fan. He's loved D&D forever. He'd always be like, dude, you listen to Critical Role? And I was like, no. And eventually I was like, all right, I'll listen to Critical Role.
Okay, this is much better.
So I
so much better.
Something else.
Okay.
Podcast.
It was another podcast of like another group. They were on 4E. They had like Jim
Jim Dark Magic. You're talking about Acquisitions Incorporated.
Yeah, dude. And I thought they were the fun, and because they had no experience either, so I thought that it sounded so fun.
So that
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
directly responsible
7.
for
Perfect.
me being Dungeons and Dragons canon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I loved it. I thought it was one of the funniest things I'd ever heard, and I just, you know, because they were new as well, it made me feel less bad about like not knowing shit about anything.
One of my favorite quotes from that very first episode is when he's like, I think I might be called Jim Dark Magic, and Scott turns around and goes, well, you might as well just call yourself Chet Awesome Laser at that point.
And he spoke like in third person the whole time too. So it was so funny. But yeah, I mean, I got into doing it with these guys. I like to. I really don't. There's not really anything I don't like to play. I've played just a little bit. And Bard seems to be the thing that I've enjoyed the most. But I've also just, not experienced a whole lot. I got lots of character ideas and personalities and things like that that I'm ready to get rocking. So, yeah, that's about it about me. So on to the next person. I don't know who that is. I don't
and it brings us to Trad.
Hi, Bob.
Hi.
As Smokey alluded to, you and I walked past each other in the hallways a couple of times at Limit Break 2019. I think that's about as close as we got to each other.
Well, I hope if we have a Limit Break 2021, you'll actually say hello this year.
Oh, most likely, but like you, I'm not a speedrunner. I just started following Ben a couple months or a year before Limit Break or something like that. He just convinced me to come out, and that's the only reason I really know any of these guys. My DM experience, or my D&D experience prior to them was almost nil. My dad played in like the 70s growing up, which is why I have the first edition book and that board game I was talking about earlier. But honestly, I only played like the computer RPGs like Baldur's Gate and Planescape Torment and that growing up. So I don't think I've ever actually sat at a table and played D&D before.
We'll fix that.
It was just after Limit Break when the rest of the group here started playing together, and they had their first partial campaign. Actually, I think they had two partial campaigns before I got involved, because Alex started one.
Two.
And then it was after, I think like 3 or 4 sessions of that one, and I'd only been in it for like 2.
Q started it, then Alec did, and then you took over.
Oh, yeah, okay, I didn't even, I thought Alec had started
the
that
one we're doing now is the one that Alec did, and then you took it over.
Yeah, so Alec, came to us and was like, I took on a little bit too much. I don't know if I can give this the attention it needs. And I said, well, I don't know the system, but I can tell a story, kind of. If you guys feel like hanging out with it and helping with the system, we can do it. And that was, I want to say, August or September of 2019, and we've been playing pretty much every Sunday since, unless we take breaks for Palmer playing Carbon, or for the rest of us to get our life together, or for one-shots like this. And otherwise, I've played in Palmer's Carbon games, but my player experience is super limited at this point.
Cool.
Probably the least here of everybody, just because, anybody else who would have been as limited as mine, like, they've been playing in my game.
Cool. I think that brings us to Alec.
Hi, so I'm one of the veteran players of this group. I've been playing since like 2005. I already gave Bob this spiel at Limit Break a while back. But
Yeah.
The basic idea is I went off to college. I'd already played some D20 system games like Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Had a lot of fun with that, and fell into playing it. Spent a long time with a more mid-maxy group before I was able to start branching out into other styles of play, and found that I really like more role-play centric stuff as compared to trying to build something called the Tippyverse. If you want to look it up,
I think that's as good as I'm going to get it for now, Trad. But we can use this for our current campaign pretty nicely, I think. We can slot roll 20 right in there.
Like I still like playing Rogues and Wizards, which I played a lot then, but I've played everything pretty much at some point by now, and I just enjoy playing the game.
Which brings us to our host.
I don't have the most. I do have toast.
I just merely called you a host.
I have toast.
Toast
And
is good.
perhaps a roast. I'm Kios, the virtual Catboys speedrunner, whatever the hell I am. It pretty much changes every day. It took me a while to actually figure out that I've, in some way, shape, or form, been playing Dungeons and Dragons since I was I think 11 or 12 years old. Because I started out playing games like Arcanum and Neverwinter Nights, and I was like, oh, this shit's so cool. And then I got into high school and people were like, you should play Dungeons and Dragons. And I was like, no, that sounds really lame. And then looking back on it, I realized, oh shit, all that stuff from Neverwinter Nights when it was rolling numbers, this is Dungeons and Dragons. I've played this before. I think it started with Q, who's not here tonight. who I met through, I believe, Mutsky's stream, was talking about D&D, and I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And then we started with Alex, so I guess I have like actually playing in a system where I know what Dungeons and Dragons is probably about 2 years. I've stuck to basically kind of roguish characters for the most part, I'd say. Rogue and range. I haven't really done anything super designed for up close and personal or spellcasting, so yeah, I'm still in even it's been 2 years, I'm still kind of trying to learn a bit about other character classes and systems and spells and such. But yeah, I always love a good planning and information stream as well, especially as I dicker around with Stream Live.
The layout stream is also kind of relaxing.
I don't know why your layout Trad went back to your symbol instead of back to you're showing your stream now. I don't know.
It's because Discord's trying to preserve resources. That's why it'll do that when it's not actively tabbed in and I'm running like. Because don't forget, right now I'm actively capturing.
I didn't know that did that. That's interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I'm actively capturing my entire like 4 screens right now and just have it pared down to 1.
Okay.
So my computer's like, bro, what are you doing?
Stop. Please stop.
Step, bro. What are you doing?
Help, computer.
Okay, so just to talk a little bit about, since I'm going to be in the DM chair for next week, just talk a bit about my DM philosophy, right? I am very much a DM that believes the rules serve the story rather than the other way around. If you are the sort of person that is a rules first kind of player, this is not going to be a fun time. I very much I live by the saying, congratulations, you've shown up to my game. If I get a rule wrong, congratulations, it's now a house rule. And
So
if I rule differently later, that's the house rule now. The idea is to keep the story moving and sort of just have some fun. I prefer campaigns that are more character driven. Not to say there won't be combat or anything in the one shot, but don't worry too much about like min-maxing a character, or just play what you want to play, or don't worry about like party makeup. You don't need a tank and a healer and DPS. Just play what you want to play. That being said, there is one other thing I like to talk about when I talk about my DM philosophy, which is I have a weird way of asking for skill checks sometimes. Like, occasionally I'll be like, hey, roll me a perception check, or roll me an insight check. But at other times, I'll be like, you'll walk into a room, roll me a spot something spooky check. At which point, you could, like, Trad could be like, oh, I'm the cleric of the group. I want to rely on my religion to try and guide me to what that is. And in which case, I'd be like, cool, roll your religion check. Or Palmer, as the wizard, could be like, is it arcane in nature? Could I use arcane to divine what we're talking about? So it gives you a bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? A bit more leeway with the skills that you choose. Like, if you can barter your way into something and convince me as the dungeon master why it is applicable to a certain scenario, I'm game. Like, my 3 favorite words in D&D is you can try. Like, it may be really hard for you to do it, but
so we don't need to worry about rules lawyering or anything silly like that.
oh.
Sorry for interrupting by laughing there. I've said you can try a fair number of times in this campaign.
Yeah, like,
Sure.
you're a dexterity-based character who really wants to kick down a door. You're an intelligence-based character that wants to kick down a door. Fine, you just work out the weak point on the door, roll a dice. Sure, it's going to be hard for you to do it, but it doesn't mean you don't have a chance to do it, right? Like, Also, the other thing with me as a DM is I favor description, right? Let's talk. If you're in combat, right, and I say, okay, Smokey, it's your turn, right? Rather than just say, I'm gonna walk up and stab the guy with my longsword. Because I tend to play theater of the mind rather than with a virtual tabletop. I'm very much the sort of player who, the DM who is. I would rather Smokey say something like, "Okay, yeah, go ahead."
So, what you would want me for is for me to say something along the lines of, as I approach my enemy with my god, with the blade imbued with my god's favor in hand, I strike him down with a cross slash and inflict as much damage as I can to him.
Yeah, or rather than like, the other thing that to bear in mind is things like, not all attacks with a weapon come from the blade, right? You could be like, I'm gonna move behind him and hit him with the pommel of the sword, that kind of thing, right? Like, or when you're making a skill check, if you describe what you want to do for the skill check, I'm either gonna make it easier for you to hit or to accomplish what you're trying to do, because you're making my job as the dungeon master easier by increasing everyone else's idea of what they're seeing on the quote unquote screen, right? So that's the way that I tend to dungeon master. Does anybody have a problem with any of that?
Fuck no.
No, I enjoy not having to play rules lawyer and wrangle and write down every single little nuance of how you're planning on rolling.
I'll try
or
to
ruling.
keep my mouth shut. I'm definitely one of those players that the rules are the rules. This is bullshit. This and I mean, like, yeah, kind of am that way. So
I was waiting for someone to say it.
I would. You know I do that. No, you can't do that. What? Why?
Another thing to bear in mind, I think, is there's something to be said for what I'm looking for. We're just keeping the story flowing, you know, and that's why I prefer to play in the rules loose style. The rule of cool should always be in effect, in my opinion. Like, otherwise, like, the games are supposed to be fun, right? Like, anyway, next thing to talk about as a group is what we are looking for from our one shot. So let's start with the style of one shot that we're looking for. I typically think there are three types of adventure. There's the ones that wizards write in books or in the Adventurers League or that kind of thing. There's the story-led, RP-led, that kind of thing. And then there's the infamous DM versus the players, where the players are trying to stay alive no matter what the dungeon master throws at them. Where do we stand on what we're looking for?
I'm not.
Do you have a favorite of the three to run?
All right, you guys talked over.
All right, everybody at once. 3, 2.
Bob has infinity styles to run, so we'll never deplete him of his resources.
Oh no, I have a lot. I have one specific style, just lots of different adventures within that style.
I'm all down for some dive deep story with a.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down for some story. I'm about to you guys. I'm gonna get a voice. I'm gonna be balls deep. Y'all don't even know.
Voice?
So I'm ready.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you gonna Sam Riegel it like you normally do with Palmer, or?
No, I don't know.
Wait, what's a Sam Riegel? Sex change? Is that what you mean?
What?
What do you mean by Sam Riegel? That because he went female?
No, I think he means just be loud and obnoxious.
Smokey.
High pitched.
If you guys can't figure it out, then it's not worth.
You're not my girlfriend. Just tell me.
Wow, dude.
Come on.
What? Yeah.
What I meant was like,
Wait a
is he
minute,
gonna go?
not
Is he going to be like his? Because he's been playing his bard like Sam Rigo does, Skin a lot. I was wondering if he was gonna do it like the way that he did. Never mind.
Oh, I thought you meant about the voices. I'm sorry. I didn't know you meant about how he plays his character. I thought you heard about his voice.
Anyway, so I think it's pretty clear that we're gonna go for for just like a more story fun based game, right? Sorry, I'm writing down some notes.
Will combat be involved in the slightest?
See, I as a dungeon master, I like to plot my stories so there's a possibility of no combat. I've run several sessions where my players have talked their way out of combat, or by certain choices they've made, they've circumnavigated certain encounters that I had planned. So there could be combat, there could not be combat. It's all going to be dependent on your actions as characters.
I'm not going to say any of us are going to do it, but I'm also just asking your general idea of evil characters. Yay or no?
Are you willing to face the consequences?
I mean, there's evil and there's evil, and then there's not dumb evil. You know, like there's, I don't know. Yeah, you can be a scumbag. True. Yeah, but yeah, that's the other thing. Evil. Right. True.
Like if you do something evil and you get caught,
True.
you can't then complain to me as the dungeon master and be like, that wasn't fair. Like, you're the guy that stabbed the like.
The guardsman right there, like just he was just asking for information. I was like, well, certainly stabbed. I don't know. No.
And honestly, I don't think that I don't think that evil characters make for good one-shots unless everyone's playing an evil character.
True, like it's an evil campaign. Yeah. So I mean, we could do that. That'd be fun. But I don't know if everyone's on board with that.
I'm not.
Okay.
I tend to kind of ignore alignment.
Oh.
A character's actions are a character's actions.
Right.
So even like paladins that have alignment.
Paladins in 5th edition are not restricted to alignment.
Yeah, they're not, but it's usually general.
Also, if you're the paladin of an evil god, you're not going to be lawful good.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're not going to be lawful good because the deity would never give you powers.
Yeah.
Unless you're lawful and good in the eyes of your god, which, you know.
I don't know. All right, we're gonna. Yeah, sorry.
Then you're getting into semantics, and I don't have time for that
crap. You're
crap.
getting some real background. So I was held a captive. I was in this cult, and I really don't want to be in this cult, but I've been here the whole time, and that kind of thing.
That's awful. Like, that's embarrassing for the Spurs to lose that bad.
Or like this evil god is just like, I'm gonna give this person powers because I think it's funny. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a joke.
Because lol.
Gods, right?
So we're going with the story-based game. The next question is setting. What settings do you have experience in?
You mean
on my back. Oh wait, sorry, wrong question.
Are you asking like low magic or stuff like that, or you mean?
Have you played in Eberron or Ravenloft, or have you played on Ravnica? Have you played in?
I've only ever
played in Theros.
Only ever played in custom campaigns.
Amber, I don't even know what you're talking about.
So yeah, I'm lost.
I'm a blank slate.
So I have a question. I played in a custom campaign once that was set in a modern day version of Eberron that had technology. Does that count?
Eberron tends to have technology. What level of technology was it?
Computers, internet, cars, stuff like that.
I mean, that could count. Sure.
Yeah.
but that is more of a custom campaign than anything. So those two explain done with it. The Dungeons and Dragons universe, as it were, is split up into many.
It's
planes,
fucking great, Chad.
all of which are slightly different. The main one that most people play on is the Forgotten Realms, Faerun. That's where places like Waterdeep and things like that are.
Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate.
The only one I have
Yeah.
There are other planes. There's one called Dragonlance, which is a very Anne McCaffrey sort of, and then there's like Ravenloft, which is very Curse of Strahd. There's Al Qadim, which is like Alibaba, Aladdin, that kind of thing. There's Dark Sun, where there's no magic at all and everything is real bad. And there's a bunch more. And that was put into place so that when people make their own campaigns, they can say, oh, it's another plane in the multiverse, right?
Yeah. I've played in a few of them, but there are a few that I haven't as well.
Okay.
So I've played Eberron, I've played Forgotten Realms, I've played Dragonlance, and
That's not
I
a
have
bad
not
idea
played
either,
Ravenloft,
Reliant. Like,
so-
realistically, it's not terrible. Not against it.
Now, I
They
do
got needle
believe
boot?
it was
Oh, you need batteries?
Smokey said you played on Theros. Was that you, Smokey?
I think he froze. He's
Okay.
not moving.
So, about 2.5 years ago or so, Wizards of the Coast, who own Dungeons and Dragons, started releasing source books to do with their Magic the Gathering planes. The two that are out now being the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica and this one out for Theros. Yep, there he goes.
yeah, I was missing Greyhawk, which, yeah.
Now the overlay.
Oh god.
To overlays.
I'm not fixing it. You are now forced to suffer.
It's beautiful.
Look, we are in this as a group.
fix itself anymore.
We will get out of this as a group. The thing is, I still look fabulous.
So the question becomes, do you want to stick to, say, Faerun, or do you want to do something a little more
Larry.
fun?
I really like when players don't know what to expect because they haven't had experience with the world before. If I'm really going to believe I'm being transported to a mythical world, I really have trouble with the immersion. If the guy sitting next to me starts talking, it starts like going, ooh, I know what that is, and you know, it's more. At least for me,
bummer.
it's a little more enjoyable when everybody's getting that sense of discovery together. We all go into it like we don't know what the fuck's going on outside of what we're told, because that's what media wants us to know.
Yeah, I enjoy that. It kind of feels kind of shitty when it's like, all right, this is the first time new adventure for me, and someone rolls through and it's like, oh, well, here's where this is. There's a city here, there's this, we can go there to get this, and it's like, well, all right, I was gonna explore, but I guess I'll just shut the fuck up and
You know, you
follow
can-
for
I
now.
mean, you can still be in like a pretty existing setting, just don't.
Oh, agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
One that one that we're not as familiar with. Like, I think at some degree we all know something about the Forgotten Realm. I feel like we can move past that one.
I mean, if we do WoW Mount, I know a lot.
You mentioned Dark Sun. I remember playing a Dark Sun PC game like way back in like the early '90s, and the setting seemed really cool.
Dark Sun's weird.
It is like that's what stuck to me about it. It was very weird comparatively.
If we're gonna go the weird route, especially with 5th edition, you're probably gonna want to go to one of the magic settings. because there aren't really rules out for a lot of the Dark Sun tropes in 5th edition yet, like psionics and stuff like that. There's a little bit that's been messed around with in the latest sourcebook Tashes, but like actual psionics, which is like the core of Dark Sun, isn't really a thing yet.
Yeah, I'm not really necessarily trying to push towards that one. I think I just threw it out there more like an example of just anything but Forgotten Realms.
I really don't get it.
Okay, so I my internet kind of dipped out. What are we talking about now?
We're trying to decide on a setting. I was asking, would you guys want to stick to the Forgotten Realms, or would you want to go somewhere a little bit more spicy?
I think we
suggestion.
I think we'd be better off doing something a little bit more interesting. Like if we wanted to do one I'm familiar with, Eberron comes to mind. As kind of like a good place where we could have weird and interesting things happen. But go ahead, Smokey.
If I may, since this is an open world at the moment, I was going to say Exandria from the Critical Role universe.
I am hesitant to play on Exandria, mainly because I don't know it as well as everyone else does. I'm not a Critical Role convert. That's not a knock against them. It's just I don't know the world, and I would do and say things that would probably contradict what you know of the world, and that would not lead to a comfortable
experience. I
game.
guess.
Could we do the Feywild or the Dark Realm, or what is Shadow, or a different plane maybe? Or is that too intense?
Playing in the Feywild is...
Because you don't get there often, and I don't think we're going to go there in our campaign. I don't know if we're going to get there, but yes, maybe we are.
I'm also interested in that concept, so don't be so sure that we're not.
Okay, so
another suggestion I had was the Sword Coast.
So the Sword Coast is just part of the Forgotten Realms. The Sword Coast is just where Waterdeep is. So that would be to remain in the Forgotten Realms.
The bulk of the conversation that you missed, Smokey, was that most of us agreed we didn't want to do Forgotten Realms because it's I don't want to say played out. It's the easiest way to paraphrase what we said.
It's been done before.
Just to wind back to the Feywild conversation, it would be like playing it. Have you seen Doctor Strange?
I have. I'm cultured.
I haven't.
Fuck you, Ben.
So there's a bit in Doctor Strange where he goes into a weird, like, sub-magic realm where nothing makes sense. Up is somewhere to 50 degrees to the left, and everything is inside out, and that's kind of my understanding of the Feywild. So running a game in that situation is really complicated, and probably not something you want to do for a one-shot.
Wow, I was just wondering how comfortable you were with maybe planes, or maybe just not that, maybe the Avernus, or even other planes that we might do.
Yeah, like I said, every setting is its own plane. So if we were to go to Eberron, that's its own plane. If we were to go to...
True.
I was gonna... Okay, so I think the bulk of the current players here at the moment have played Magic the Gathering in some form or in some way, shape, or form. So I'm pretty sure some of us would be familiar with the Ravnica setting.
People have already... Okay, you missed... A lot of people want to do something new.
Right, but Ravnica in D&D is very different to Ravnica in Magic.
I don't doubt that. Even though I have Magic experience, it's pretty past what
it just has the same races, right? It just has the same makeup.
Everything's going to have the same races because you have the same source books.
Yeah.
But it has things like Loxodons, which are giant elephant men, and Vidalkins, which are like weird aquatic
avatars.
people, and you can play as a minotaur in everyday society. And
What's the difference between Leonin and Tabaxi? Are there no Tabaxi, or are they all Leonin?
there are no Leonin on Ravnica.
There are no
They're on
Leonin?
Theros.
Oh,
On Ravnica, they're on the Leonin. Those are on Theros.
You're thinking of Theros and Dominaria. But I mean, I'd be open to doing a Ravnica game. I'd be open to doing a Ravnica game if you want to do a Ravnica game.
I'd love to do a Ravnica game where we're like all the PCs are from different guilds. That would be fucking sick.
Guilds. Oh no. See now, Ben. What about you? What are you thinking about that?
I'm okay with
like,
this.
All right, that's a lot to introduce about guilds and how they interact.
I got you.
Kind of rather.
I
not,
have
but
got you. If you want to do Ravnica, I have an idea for a game.
See, I just let Bob work
Alex,
in
I
his
need-
field of specialty.
What would you rather do then, Alec?
my thing is that like I've always been kind of ambivalent to MTG and MTG related stuff. Not to say that I couldn't learn about it, but I would like my main concern is if we do that, I would want it to be with the understanding that we're not going to have to do like an hour of reading for the session. Maybe like
Oh, you absolutely wouldn't. I would tell you everything you need to know in this session. In this session 0. Because the thing you have to realize, right, is Magic the Gathering Ravnica is about like level 20 characters. It's about heroes and gods and top level people. You would be playing Joe Boggs from accounting. Right?
Nice.
Like to take one guild for example, the Boros. Not every you wouldn't be playing your top level heroes on the front line of wars. You'd be playing like the beat cops of Ravnica, and at that point, it just becomes another D&D game.
We are the 1/1
Just-
soldiers.
Yeah, or you'd be playing like if you were playing Demir, you'd be playing the journalists, or so it doesn't matter. Like the only thing you would have to understand about Ravnica as a setting is as a certain level of technology. Like they have metro trains and lights and plumbing and coffee machines, but yet all of their communication is done through pneumatic tubes and that kind of thing. The only thing that would be really interesting is picking a guild, and that would take
I call it
10 minutes.
When is it?
That would take like 10 minutes.
I already picked it.
I am unfamiliar with
already
it, but
know.
I'm sure it wouldn't take me too long.
Like if we're gonna do Ravnica with the guild, I already know what guild I want to join.
Well, let me do a quick run. So it sounds like we've kind of got an idea that we want to do a game set on Ravnica, right? Sort of. Especially since we're not going to be doing anything intensely homework related.
it's not my first choice, but I'll go with it.
Okay.
Come on, man, it's a different setting. Ben, Travis
I'm-
know Ravnica. A lot of people don't know Ravnica, but I barely know Ravnica.
I'm gonna say I have pretty much the same vote as Alec. I don't think it would be my first choice if we talked about other ones, but sure, whatever. I have no reason to go against it.
I will try anything twice.
Try every voice.
Well, what if you have a bad experience the first time?
So, to give you a little information on Ravnica as a whole, right? Ravnica is an ecumenopolis, which is a city the size of the plane. Think Coruscant from Star Wars, where it's the whole planet.
Yes.
Okay, there are very few pockets of nature on Ravnica. There are two reasons for a pocket of nature on Ravnica, and they are both to do with the guilds of Ravnica. One being the Selesnya, one being the Gruul, but we'll get to them later. Ravnican society has stood for 10,000 years. And 10,000 years ago, 10 clans were at war. Long story short, the war ended when the leaders of said clans signed a document that became known as the Guild Pact, which was such an intricately written document it became immutable law. Fast forward 10,000 years, and the 10 clans that were at war are now the 10 guilds of Ravnica. You have the Azorius Guild, which their colors are blue and white. They are Ravnica's lawmakers and lawyers, basically. The Boros Legion are your warriors and your policemen. House Demir are your spies, your assassins, your information brokers. But on a more day-to-day level, you're looking at journalists and librarians, couriers, that kind of thing. You have the Golgari, who live in the Undercity, and they deal with the cycle of life and death. The Gruul are barbarians. They live on the outskirts of society, and they are trying to reclaim the city for nature. They believe in a giant pig called Ilharg, the raised boar, that they believe is going to show up and end society. Needless to say, they don't play well with others. The Izzet are your technological mad scientists. They're the people that invent the technology. They're the people who keep
It seems like it's
trains
pretty
running.
cool.
They make the stuff, right? You have the Orzhov Syndicate, whose colors are black and white. They are a quote-unquote religious organization, and they present this in churches and figureheads. But let's be honest, they're a bank. And if you die owing them money, they then own your soul. And a lot of the people who work for them are thralls or that kind of thing that have been with them for hundreds of years.
They're also heavily occupied by vampires.
Yeah. The cult of Rakdos are Ravnica's entertainers. Most of them perform in death-defying BDSM-themed circuses that are blades and blood and all this kind of stuff. But some people sew costumes and own coffee shops and run open mic nights. The Selesnya Conclave are one step removed from like pure hippies. They are all about the world soul and everyone's spiritual health and that kind of thing. But if you cross one of them, they're gonna end you. The Simic Combine are your doctors and nurses and biological mad scientists that dabble in like DNA manipulation and that kind of thing. So those are your 10 guilds on Ravnica, and that right there is all you need to know.
Can you tell me the name of the last one?
Simic Combine. If we do end up doing a Ravnican game, what I'll do is I'll create a D&D Beyond campaign and share everything you need to know with you.
It sounds a lot like Cyberpunk, but without societal collapse, where like a bunch of gangs rule and corporations rule.
Kinda. Except for they have access to making things immutable magical law.
And magic, and they have magic.
Yeah. So that, at the end of the day, when it all comes down to it for a one-shot, is all you need to know about Rafnica, really. You just need to choose what guild you're from, what kind of character you want to play, and your gravy. Like, that. Everything else is just like playing a normal game of D&D.
I forget, are there orcs, right? Yeah, there's orcs.
There are not orcs on Ravnica.
There's not orcs on Ravnica.
No orcs on Ravnica?
There are
So
no orcs on Ravnica.
what's not on Ravnica? There's elves or no elves? Okay, go.
decide if we're doing Rafnica or not first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was the decision already.
I linked something in the actual chat if you want to like look through it, like a crash course of what it is.
Yep.
Like I'm not looking at cities, just like what races, what the guilds things
Well,
do.
don't worry too much about that because there are certain races that the source book will let PCs play.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to go through that little rundown just to kind of show Alec and the others how quickly it was that you could gain a basic knowledge of what you needed to know about Ravnica. And that's kind of it. Like, as long as you understand that there are these 10 different groups and they all want their own stuff, and once you decide what kind of character you want to play, that'll kind of tell you where you're going to be. That's all you really need to know for a one-shot, to be honest. Silence, good.
So clearly Larry's into it. I think, like,
I just want to play, man. I don't care what we do. I just want a consensus. I really, there's, I thought there'd be very little, but like, no. I mean,
it seems cool enough to me. Like it doesn't seem like this is kind of like crass and dull. It's definitely different, especially because there is like guild division, so it's gonna kind of force what
if
what your
feel
build is.
very much against it, don't feel bad if you want to. Okay, I'm gonna say. I don't know why I'm saying this, but yeah, if you really don't want to do it, just say you don't want to do it, and we'll figure something else out.
well, I'm also kind of trying to figure out exactly how I feel about it. Like, I haven't entirely decided yet.
So to give you an idea, like if I were to run a Ravnica-based game, what would happen is you would create a character that would involve your class, your guild, and I would put the group in a scenario where you would be working together to solve a problem or do a thing in the same way as any other D&D. It would just have a different skin on it. You'd still be playing a fighter or a cleric or a paladin or a rogue. It's just a different color.
Makes sense. That makes sense to me.
It doesn't really faze me one way or the other. Just because I'm unfamiliar with like every setting, so you know.
Yeah, like that's me. Like I don't know what's good or bad. I'm interested to learn more settings and play more characters.
So
and for my part, don't take me saying it's not my first choice as being passive aggressive. It's just me stating a fact.
Yeah. So this right here is why I wanted to do like this session, because everyone has something different they want out of a game, right? So that's why I wanted to talk about this, because I could have just walked in here and been gone, right, we're playing Ravnica, do this, do that, do the other, and you could all have been like, what?
Okay.
Bob, I would have been fine with it.
Yeah,
Just
we're so
do it, Bob.
indecisive sometimes.
Do with me what you will. Take me.
All right.
Not good
Maybe
enough
not. Maybe not that far. My wife would get angry, but
Yeah, let me ask you, Bob. What's your favorite, most comfortable, most frequent in setting you DM in?
Yeah, I wanted to ask that before too. I think I was the one who got drowned out.
All right. I'm down with that. Let's go.
I tend to run a lot in the Forgotten Realms, because I tend to run for a lot of new players.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to drop a new player into like Greyhawk or Al-Qadim or like, you know what I mean? Like,
Didn't Greyhawk die? Was it Greyhawk that died? Was it the Living campaign?
I can't remember.
Wasn't there a Living campaign that died that essentially had a? No, I don't know.
I don't know, dude. Like,
sorry.
I genuinely, I get the books and I use them to run my own games. I don't pay attention to the plot.
Okay.
Legit.
It's like we would I worked for Games Workshop for like 30 plus years. I've been playing 40k for that long. Couldn't tell you the plot right now.
Yep.
You asked me what happened on SmackDown last week, and I'll tell you. But like,
use the bones, then nobody can metagame you. What the skin's gonna look like.
So why don't we do this, right? Let's take like a 2 or 3 minute break because I need to go do some stuff. You guys can have a conversation amongst yourselves and decide what you want to do for a setting. And then when I get back, we can take it from there. Okay?
Okay.
I will be right back.
I'm gonna go throw on the kettle as well. Anyone want tea?
Man, we're supposed to have a discussion. Way to run away.
I'm literally just turning on the hot water. Larry, you've been to my apartment. I'm literally, I can still hear you in the bathroom. Is there any day you're not gonna...
No, that's what I do. Ah! Anywho.
So I feel like Ravnica's not going to give me what I want, and then it's going to be something that we're all unfamiliar with and
Well, then tell me,
boring
what
together.
do you
But I
want?
also don't think that that's possible necessarily. There's probably not a setting unless he makes a custom one that we haven't all experienced some amount of to some degree.
I have only experienced custom, so any built ones like in Waterdeep or other things.
Larry, he wasn't even done talking, and you said I've chosen our guild already. He hadn't even
No,
begun.
my guild.
He really knows something about how it works.
Well, I know about I only know Ravnica because I played it. That's when I started playing MTG. That's all I know about it. I never played it in D&D. I
Right,
didn't know about the tubes or anything. I don't know that much. I don't know much about what Ravnica is. All I know is what the card said. What was on the cards.
To be
I
honest,
get you, but
I
that's
think
still-
Ravnica would be cool as a longer campaign and not just a one shot. There's too much to explore there within like one session.
I mean, I totally get that can be drilled down into something we can do in one session. That part doesn't bother me at all.
Okay.
You know, there's 10 guilds and there's this big, universe encompassing city. You don't experience the whole damn thing. The one corner of it that you need for the murder mystery or whatever, whatever the plot hook is. You don't necessarily need to interact with every one of the 10 guilds. And at that degree, what really is the difference from just, a murder mystery on the streets of Watergate, right? Like, it's the same shit, just like you said, in a different skin.
Well, then what do you want, Tread? What do you?
Like I said, the only I don't have one that I want because like Ben and some of the others, I don't know a lot about a lot of the settings. My only point was that like I said, I'm not going to get the collective we're all discovering it together thing with Ravnica, but I'm probably not going to get it at all because there is probably not a single setting that not.
Unless a custom. Yeah.
Right, like Alec listed off like 6 or 7 settings that he, we're not going to get one that Alec doesn't have some experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, which is why I'm not saying no to Ravnica, just pointing out that it's,
Well, I said a couple that I haven't
you
played.
seem to have like a pretty strong knowledge base of what goes on in the Ravnica world, and I'm not opposed to learning it, but
Sorry for being such a nerd, man. I know a lot of nerd shit. My bad.
I'm not making you. I'm not trying to make out like there's anything wrong that you know this stuff. It's just a thing I don't know anything about.
Like one of the things I was going to say is that like if we do want to do something that none of us has played in, I haven't played Ravenloft and I've always kind of wanted to, and like that would probably be my first choice, but it's not just about me. So
I mean, I'd be down. It sounds cool. Is that like a
Ravenloft
Half-Life
also
reference?
sounds cool to me, but it's also not like weird. It's not like we're not getting out there with like
What's the difference, Bob? Does anyone know Ravenloft
Just to point out, you say none of you have experience in Ravenclaw, but Palmer has played Curse of Strahd, which
I've
is
also played
basically
Curse of Strahd.
Ravenloft.
Okay.
what about
Basically 5e Ravenloft.
And you had a little bit of Dark Sun, so you probably wouldn't want that threat, correct?
Dark
Well, like I
Sun
said, it's interesting to me, but it's why no. So,
current-
and like he said, it's not set up for 5e really. So why would we want to
Dark
like?
Sun is
wait
currently impossible in 5e because there's no psionics.
Yeah,
Got
no point in wading into muddy waters, and he might be willing to come up with rules on the fly, but let's not come up with rules on the fly for an entire system.
If you want to do a campaign, I'll come up with rules. If you want one shot,
And that's not even remotely the discussion now, so I'm not trying to have that one.
Yeah, we do technically have 2 ongoing campaigns. I mean, it would
Exactly.
be technically possible to slot in a third, but it would not.
Yeah,
be
or
easy.
cancel
Try-
carbon.
Can we wrap up?
Oh, oh.
It's been over a year. Come on now. When's it gonna end?
Carbon's ready to die at any point.
I mean, it can end today, Larry, if you're serious.
No, I was joking. I was just joking. I'm just saying it's going along.
Okay.
That's all it is.
But yeah,
I like it. It's fine.
in regards to setting, you know, I'm not familiar with the one we're talking about, Ravnica. I'm not against it, but for the sake of, you know, it might be more lucrative to choose something more generic or familiar. Just, you know, I don't care either way. I just, as far as like getting into it and creating backstories and stuff, is a little easier when you don't have to worry about, you know, learning the backstories and the setting as well.
I'm not really too worried about a backstory for a one-shot.
Yeah.
True.
It's just about having a personality for your character. Why don't we do this, right? Let's go ahead and start creating some characters.
All right.
I was gonna say let's roll a d20.
Hang on.
Hey, if we want to go all in on this, I can literally roll my class, my race. I'm willing to go that far. I've done it before. It's
Hang on. Let me finish. Let's go ahead and start creating some characters, right? The fact of the matter is this. It doesn't matter what the setting is if you make the character, right? Like, you can kind of, once I've got an idea of your characters, I can kind of play around with the setting as much as I like, right?
I like that. How about that? How about we say what we want to play, and then you kind of like say this is a good setting for this group kind of thing. Is that
Or just make one.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying is, like, at the end of the day, we don't have to nail down a plane in which we're playing the game, right? It's especially for a one shot, right?
Yeah.
So that being said, I would like to encourage people for a one shot to have some fun, right? So let's talk about what kind of, the way I always make characters is I tend to come up with an idea first of a personality and kind of fit everything else to that. But if you guys have got other ways that you like to make characters, that's cool.
Don't get us copyright stricken this time, Larry. I'm still paying Koei TV.
oh, shut up. It's only a slight resemblance. If anything, Carbon's worse.
Yeah, Curse of Strahd is barely Ravenloft.
My characters in Carbon's a lot worse. I literally have him dressed up as him. Nibs does not look like the aforementioned D's fighter.
Except for the picture you used for him.
Well, that's not. It's just a picture.
So Bob, what's your preferred mechanism of like character? I know that you said D&D Beyond.
Well, no, I would only have done D&D Beyond if we needed to use like the Ravnica source book, right? The idea about this was to discuss all of this stuff, how we want to do it.
Yeah.
Do we want to do dice rolls for stats? Do we want to do standard array? Do we want to do point buy? Do we want to do? So
whatever you're comfortable with. I don't think any of us. Does anyone care how we do stats? Anyone have a really burning desire to either roll or anything? Oh, Smokey?
I think it might keep things balanced if we keep things at a standard array.
yeah,
I kind of like the array in our campaign. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. So how about we do this? Before we get to stats, let's talk about classes we have in mind. Right? What level do you all want to start at?
5. For a
5?
one shot, I would love to start at level 5.
Level
I would
5?
say 5 or 6 for a level for a one shot.
Okay.
Those are pretty good. You have power, you have interesting stuff, but not too much of it.
You'll also
Yeah.
have had your first either stat up or feat at level 4. Unless you multi-class, obviously. So yeah, let's go ahead and say level 5. So bearing that in mind, don't worry about subclass yet. Don't worry about like what you do when you have to pick a speciality. Just pick the base class that you want to play. Give that some thought. And
Let me find my notebook real quick. I'll be right back.
okay.
And we're not doing like TCOE, so like no Artificer or Blood Hunter or anything like that, right?
I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I don't really know Artificer and Blood Hunter very well.
Yeah, me
I
either.
I don't even know what Blood Hunter's in.
It's
Me
the,
either.
the Matthew Mercer thing.
It's a Matthew Mercer custom.
Classes.
It's in Adventures to Wild or whatever. It's actually canon.
Which I might be the only one in the group who has like 0 experience with. I can't do Critical Role.
Yeah, I like them all as people. I just honestly don't have time to sit down and watch shit, to be honest.
I'm gonna stick with regular classes then.
Yeah,
I think I would do the
try and
same,
stick with
honestly.
classes from the PHB, because that's what I know. Subclasses we can go outside the PHB, but the actual classes try and stick to the PHB.
Oh, okay. I actually I found my notebook and I had a character in mind. I hadn't built them yet. I just know race, class, and possible build that I want to take them down. But I wanted to discuss it with not only you but the group as well. So
What are you thinking?
I wanted to play a fighter, and I specifically wanted to play a gunslinger.
Gunslinger's canon?
Yes, because Wildmount.
This
don't
is
know
that
if-
absolutely broken Percy bullshit, isn't it?
Percy, yeah, it's Percy.
Yeah, that's like a Pathfinder.
I don't know if it's actual canon, but it exists in Wildmount. Therefore, it is a thing that is essentially in canon, but only loosely. I don't think it was ever written down on a D&D book, but it is in a D&D book realm. It's inside of Wildmount. Well, Exams.
All right, I'm looking at the Wildmount book, The Explorer's Guide to Wildmount.
It's
I like-
okay. Yeah, it's not in Wildmount, but
It's in the Tal'Dorei campaign guide. But
Tal'Dorei is not official, but it exists in Exandria.
Is there an Exandria handbook?
No, not D&D, not D&D.
If it's not published by Wizards,
Yeah, just do
Okay.
fire.
please don't use it. Just
well,
because
Gunslinger is on D&D Beyond.
right, but is it in an official handbook?
Here is an easy way to check.
I'm looking. Give me a sec.
No, Smokey. It was only released. It was only released by Matthew Mercer with a friend for funsies. It was never actually introduced by Wizards. It can be considered canon because Wildmount's a thing in D&D, so technically it is canon in D&D. It just hasn't been tested yet.
Do you remember the whole "please don't rules lawyer" technically thing?
Yeah, I know. I do it all the time. I gotta keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna try. I'm sorry. I do it all the time.
Unless it has been published in an officially released D&D source book, I don't consider it canon.
Understood.
Mainly because not everyone has access to it.
Mm-hmm.
Long story short, it just gets to the point, like it was part of the problem that 3rd and 4th edition had, that there was so much ancillary
Shenanigans.
that like no, not everyone had the priest handbook for example. I would try and avoid Gunslinger, to be honest. I'm trying to find you have a link of like a write-up for it?
On like I said, it's on D&D Beyond. I actually pulled it up right here. Should I DM it here or should I post it in the off topic?
Just post it in off topic, that's fine.
This is unofficial material.
Oh, I answered that quick.
Like literally the first words.
So, I mean, for me, I feel like I might have an easier question for the rest of y'all while we mull it over. I've basically done Rogue, and I've done Rogue. And what would be another good learning experience for me? Fighter seems
You
boring.
should play a rogue.
What? You think I should play a Rogue?
I mean, there are all different kinds of rogues. What I would say is like,
You can just tell me I'm good at being a rogue.
do you want what kind of character would you like to play?
I don't know,
in
something
sense?
different. I mean, I've done I play myself with a different name character a couple of times. It'd be nice to try something different.
Play a bard.
I was thinking about it.
That's completely different.
I mean, I'm okay with that, like, cause I'm good at that kind of
Backline
support.
bully rather than a frontline fighter. And
I
it's
would
not
also
faster.
say you might enjoy playing a sorcerer or a warlock.
As far as spellcasters are concerned, I can definitely see Ben as a warlock.
And possibly a monk.
Warlocks are tricky to be your first spellcaster though, because of their weird spellcasting.
Yeah, that is true.
Yep, you have to manage your spell slots because you only get a certain amount.
I mean, that's
across all
okay.
your spell
That's just proper planning, you know?
Okay, so here, to go back to the gunslinger for a moment. Question for the group. The existence of a gunslinger would indicate a certain technological level in this setting. Is that a technological level that you as a group are comfortable with in a D&D setting?
I mean, we do it in
we
Carbon.
play a fantasy campaign and a cyberpunk campaign. I guess
What
I'm not
you are looking at that is framed as a cyberpunk campaign.
I would be okay. I would be okay if it's like it's rare. He may be the only one kind of thing. Like there's gunpowder. There's definitely.
I am not allowing a gunslinger in my campaign if he is the only person with access to guns.
All right.
If he has access to guns, so do guards
Okay.
and bad guys and.
That.
Yeah, that makes it
pass on
tricky
that.
for the rest of us.
About that.
Unless we all want to go some kind of like who wants to be the cleric gunslinger, who wants to be the warlock.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Why
4E
is
was
that
shitty,
necessarily a bad
as
thing?
is, but yeah, level 1 Warlock's tough. It's a lot to manage when you have very little.
Why shouldn't everybody else?
Meh.
Yeah, but it kind of it very much hamstrings us from being able to play many other sorts of characters because anybody who's meant to be close combat is going to be at enormous disadvantages
Yeah.
against even like the most simple of opponents.
Without without having to completely rebalance a character class, which for a one shot is fucking absolutely asinine.
Gun does not depend on the strength or the dexterity of the person using it outside of to aim it. It depends on the function of the gun. So the weakest person can come upon a strong gun, and like there's a disconnect there between like whether it matters what kind of characters we make or not. If
Yeah.
guns exist, why don't we all
There
just
was
roll
a
classless
system that
guns?
Q and I were trying, Reliant, called Fabula Ultima, that was like that, dude. You needed to roll like
I
over an
wasn't at first
18
when I
to
started
literally
talking
do
against
anything.
guns, but now I think I am. Yeah.
Yeah, historically, I don't like homebrew stuff, whether it be like published homebrew or not.
What are you doing in my campaign, man?
Yeah, dude, you
Yeah.
guys have heard me. Every time Q uses an ability, I'm like, well, let me read this novel right quick.
There is a build you can do as a fighter, Smokey. You could probably build like a ranged fighter, and you could do like hand crossbows, or
I might as well be a ranger at that point.
But fighter is a better ranger.
Fighters with crossbows.
Yeah, fighter is just literally a better ranger, dude.
Of course, you know, then we're getting into like a rulesy, like what is the strongest thing min-maxing kind of conversation when, you know.
True. Yeah. This is not that. We're not trying to play that here. Right.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm having trouble picking a class, because, like I told you, Larry, at the beginning, I was kind of planning on see what everybody else was doing, and then take what was needed, because
That's what everyone's
terribly
planning
Yeah.
to do.
All right, here, I'll do
But,
this because
now I'm sitting here and actually trying to decide, and it's a little tricky.
when I'm stumped, I just throw it into the
Because
random
it's not a matter
generator.
of what is the thing we need? What is the strong thing?
Oh, I'm muted.
All right.
I was muted. I'm
going
sorry.
to decide my class here. I'm
Go
going
for
to
it.
do it the silly way because I want us to get moving.
Roll a d20. Do it.
I have a D12 here because there
There
are
you
12
go.
classes besides Artificer, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Fuck Artificer.
I have my class ready when you're done.
I rolled a 1,
What
which
is that?
means Barbarian it is.
Yeah.
Yes! Alec the Barbarian.
Alec the Barbarian again. Let's go.
Again, yeah. I'm playing a Barbarian rogue
Untrick Tony. Let's go.
in Trad's game.
Mm-hmm.
I
So honestly,
I did what I do whenever I just kind of like want to just throw some random builds together and see what happens, and just kind of click like the random button. But I like this. I have found a high elf folk hero, so that'd be a bard, at level 5, and he's got poison spray and vicious mockery, and I'm sure I'll have to fill in the rest. But I think that's a pretty cool start.
Hell yeah.
Bard and Barbarian. Okay.
Very high charisma. My performance is +9.
You have. Look at the prepared spells, bottom right. Those are the spells that would be prepared.
Oh, charm person, detect magic, cure wounds, invisibility, enhance ability, clairvoyance, fear, and hypnotic pattern. Okay, that sounds cool.
Hypnotic Pattern's beast, though. That thing is great. That's great.
Wait, what are you looking at here, Ben?
So there's a character mancer you can go for quick, easy, random characters that is just literally click one button, generates a whole.
Yeah, you just pick like your race and a class, and bam, slams it together. I think I'd have to tweak the stats because we're arraying, but like that's fine.
You can pick the array and just make a new character and have the array, or you just do it yourself. It's fast.
Yeah, I could just take this and put it onto like whatever fillable PDF I want, or print it out, or whatever I want to do.
Bard and Barbarians.
So just to address Reliant in 23 in the chat, he says, "Y'all be damned, take you by the way, especially from one shot." The whole point of this Zero session and streaming it is to show the way that a group has to discuss things for a game in the long term. This isn't necessarily just because it's a one shot. If it was a one shot, I would have just been like, make a character show up. Right? This is a bit more
It's a learning experience.
demonstrative of how a new player can, or a new dungeon master has to communicate with a group.
Or the Supers would do as a how-to.
Yeah, I mean, like if you just jump into like a full ass campaign, eventually someone's gonna not like how things are going, or you may realize that, you know, 3 people want to be fighters. Well, I mean, to make that happen, you're gonna have to change stuff around or kind of tweak stuff in the long run. It's better to plan when you're doing something that could be a year, 2 years, 3 years, you know, however long it takes to get through, so that at least everyone has fun.
I am going to play a Storm Barbarian. I'm not sure exactly the flavor of it, and that might depend partly on our setting.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
Sorry, Alec, you said a what? I'm writing everything down.
Storm.
Path of the Storm Herald Barbarian. It's from Xanathar's Guide.
The dwarf only one?
I think that's a different one. Let me check.
There is that Dwarf Warning one. That's like, you don't see that often. It's a race only one. Very unique.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just went with like only official PHP stuff. So even then, like I have no idea what Hypnotic Pattern is. I don't think I've seen that in any of our games.
Pattern is essentially you give someone a bad LSD trip, and you.
It's a save or suck spell, and a pretty good one usually.
Oof.
It's good. It's it's a good lockdown spell. Really good lockdown. But the bad thing is you can hit your own teammates with it.
That's okay.
It's not targeted.
I might play a dwarf anyway, even though this isn't dwarf exclusive. I haven't played a dwarf in years.
Dwarves is best.
What college?
Yeah, I like that.
Did it say what college of lore? College of lore. Nice. You get that extra spell.
Yep.
And you get cutting words again. Don't forget. You have cutting words. Save us. Don't forget.
I am gonna save this just in case. Oh, and I have a dagger and two-weapon fighting as a bonus action. Dope.
All right. So it's just me, Smokey, and Palmer. Anyone want to go next?
Wait, Trad and Ben, what are you guys gonna be?
Oh, Trad. That's right, Trad. Ben.
Yeah,
Ben's
I'm getting real close. I kind of think I know what I want to do,
Ben
but
is a
I'm
what?
also still listening.
Ben's a bard.
Okay.
Hey, Smokey. I'm reading through this gunslinger. Just go for it, dude.
Is it gonna
Hang
be?
on. In my experience, when the DM says that, it means it's not as good as you think it is.
Yeah.
I've said that before, just like that.
You're not trying to min-max. He's trying to have fun. Come on.
I'm just trying to have fun.
Yeah,
I don't
trying to
want
have
to.
fun.
Like at the end of the day, I don't want to piss off people if they
You're not-
if
you're not-
everybody if
you're not-
you come across an enemy that has a gun and it's gonna piss off.
You're not gonna piss me off. It's just
You're not the one I'm worried about. It's these guys I have to worry about.
I don't worry about it. Yeah, just go for it. Like the trick shots are a bit strong, but like that's the main problem is the trick shots. Everything else is in line with like a bow or or anything like that. It's mainly just the trick shots that make it really strong. But for a one shot, it's not too bad, to be honest. Yeah, just go ahead and make your gunslinger, Smokey.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Now that I've had a chance to actually like read it. Glad I can read quickly while you guys were talking.
I didn't pick. Did I say a race when I said
Nope.
that I?
Nope.
And you said that if we're gonna do Ravnica, Leonin are
We're not
forbidden.
doing Rafnica. We're not doing Rafnica at this point.
Gotcha.
We're as it stands right now, we're making characters, and I'm just gonna make a setting that fits it. That way, we're not pinning it down to a single plane or whatever.
Then I think I get to do my Catboy Gunslinger at this point.
If you want to, yeah.
Wow,
You
way
wanna
to
do-
steal
you
who
wanna
I
do
am
like
in
a-
real life.
You want to be a Tabaxi?
I was thinking Tabaxi or Leonin. Just wanted to do Catman McCree.
Your cat's stuck in a
Should
tree?
you-
I
said
fucking
you-
wish.
You said you were an elf, Ben?
Yeah, high elf specifically.
College of Lore, right?
I never played one, so I don't know if it's different than just being a half elf.
Then elves and half elves are different, yes.
Yes.
Alec, did you have a specific flavor of dwarf, or are you just looking at?
I'm looking at my options right now, and kind of waiting for the inspiration to hit. It's a common thing for me.
I'm starting to lean towards druid. I think I want to do a grasslands druid.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm just starting to put the personality together in my head, and I'm still kind of looking at the choices between what the different options are in druid. But yeah, I like the skill set. I like my options there.
So we got a barbarian, a fighter, a druid, and a bard so far.
It's looking pretty classical here.
need a sorcerer and a necromancer, and we've got like Diablo 2.
Yeah. We just need an Amazon then too.
And how do you know I'm not an Amazon, laddie?
True. Mainly the Scottish accent. You're a walking contradiction. You're Scotch and Korean. I don't know how Starburst got away with those commercials back then. I really don't.
You think this accent is Scottish? Nay. It'd be Spanish.
Just how many hot
that's a
dogs do you
Highlander
eat in a
reference.
day?
Tell me of the Scotland of which you speak. It is absolutely. Did you ever race? Oh, you didn't have a race yet, Trad, did you?
Not yet.
That's cool. That's cool.
But I'm probably going to go with something a little bit unorthodox for a grasslands druid.
Yeah, go for it.
Is this the return of Hans Gruber?
I'm kind of leaning towards a half orc, to be honest.
So funny story about that. Right after I first moved to the States, my wife, who's works for the Navy, we're having a conversation. She's like, "Yeah, John McCain's running for president." I went, "The motherfucker from Die Hard?" And she just laughed for a
John
full like 30
McCain.
minutes.
I get it. Joe.
I get it.
That's funny.
Yeah.
All right, Smokey, me, and Palmer then. So we got Druid, Bard, Barbarian. Pretty good round so far.
We have a Barbarian. Smokey's playing a Tabaxi fighter gunslinger.
Oh, that's right.
So-
Guns.
So I was debating between Leonin and Tabaxi, depending on setting.
What's the difference?
Aren't they both captains?
It's,
Both can.
Leonins get their ability boost to Constitution and Strength. Tabaxis only get theirs to Dexterity.
True.
I'll just put cat for now.
Cat
For now.
And you have to be played by Danny John Jules from Red Dwarf. This is mine. So we're looking at Palmer and Rock to nail down their classes at least.
All right, I'm gonna be a human sorcerer.
All right.
Well, shit. That was my other one I was going to pick. So I am going to be a cleric then.
All right.
I'll be a cleric of the Forge.
Larry the Clary.
I think I'm going to. What?
I don't know.
What?
You told me last night that you felt like you were going to wind up being a cleric because the party was going to need one, and I feel like you're just being a cleric because the party doesn't have one.
No,
bro, we don't need. I don't need a fucking cleric.
No. But I'm going to be a frontline fighter. I'm not going to be the backline.
Oh, okay. My only concern, I mean, I'm not, necessarily a druid,
Well,
just feel,
Of
but
the,
I don't
of the
want you
Forge
to-
is really good. Of the Forge is interesting. Yeah, I
I
get
just
to
don't
get.
want you to think that it was like the thing you had to do because you picked.
No, I actually I don't play cleric much, and I wouldn't mind like a cleric of the Forge.
That was it. That was my only concern.
Are we doing a variant human or anything like that?
Variant human gets the feet first.
You can do you can choose. I don't care.
Wow.
That's how that works because I saw a build for a human class when I was poking around earlier today that started with a feat at level 1, and I did not understand why.
So there are two types of human. There is the human as written as standard, which is +1 to all stats, and there is an optional human, which is the variant human, which gets +1 to 2 stats and a feat at first level.
That's so cool. I didn't know that was.
Yeah, that's actually pretty handy.
From the way the thing was
It's
written, but I couldn't find it.
busted as
Yeah,
fuck.
but it's
Also busted.
Oh,
Yeah, especially if I put it on my range.
Have a good night, Dad.
Had
It's
sharpshooter
Get some
at level
rest.
1,
That opens up choices. And
and I
there
was just like,
five?
I was doing like 20 damage at like level 1 and 2 with
Yeah,
the
that's
10 damage.
You can build like a ranged fighter class that's dual wielding hand crossbows
Yeah.
at level 1 that does like 14 damage a turn.
I accidentally made something like that as an opponent for the party, and it turned out to be one of the who did I almost one shot? Was it Ben?
That sounds.
You would have had the ability to, I think. Was
Yeah, it
that
looked
was
like
that Trina?
There was like a completely broken build that I just missed 1 or 2 notes of at like level 11 or something.
Wait,
But-
was it Trika?
Yeah, it was Trika.
Ranger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
So you
yeah,
can-
that was
You
Ben.
can use
Yeah.
the variant. You can use the.
She could have
variant
wiped the
human
entire
rules.
party.
You can use the variant human rules so that by level 8, if you build your character right, you have proficiency in 18 skills and expertise in 6 of them.
Wait, how many skills are there?
There's
Yes.
20.
Yes.
Okay.
There's over 20, but
Okay.
That's
So what?
Because you go you go rogue at first level with the variant human skilled
I'm just gonna-
feat skilled, and then you
There
take
are
like
18
three. You take like 3 levels of bard to take College of Lore, and then you take 4 levels of cleric and become a knowledge cleric, and you end up with like 6 expertises, and like most of the skills are at least proficient. And because you're a College of Lore bard, you're adding half of your proficiency bonus to everything you're not proficient with anyway.
Variant human then. So if we're building level 5s, they would have 2 feats to start.
They
Right,
would,
but-
or a feat and an ability.
or a
up.
feat in ASI. Yeah. I think I'm going to do the variant human crew just for shits and giggles.
Okay.
I don't have ideas in mind for the feats, but I'm just going to roll into it and see what I have.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do regular human for mine.
Okay. So you just get +1 to every stat.
Yeah.
Oh, I see how it is. I don't see
So
how
there
it
are 18
I don't either.
total skills on the normal character sheet according to Alec. So I think it's like you can end up with like 12 of them because you're 4 short of what's on
Let's
the
see.
standard character.
That's
Let's see,
absurd.
You start rogue, right? Because that gives you 4. You get 2 more, so 6 from your background.
Mhm.
You take skilled 3 times, and then you take a level of bard. So the skilled each time is 3 skills.
You take
That's
skills
9.
once.
Once.
So you get 3 skills from taking skilled once. Then you take 3 levels of bard to get your College of Lore. And then you take 4 levels in knowledge cleric.
Okay.
Wait,
And you
what
end
is-
up with like 12 or 13 proficiencies, and 6 of those are expertise. It's busted.
So jack of all trades style.
Well, I mean, in situation like you want to do anything, like hey, I want to persuade and do face, always face.
Yeah.
I would like to be a one-man D&D campaign, please.
You have the answers to everything, but you may or may not suck at fighting.
Yeah.
I mean, if we really want to get stupid, we could just make an entire party full of clerics.
True.
Can I make myself a kobold?
I thought about suggesting was a party full of bards and being like a rock and roll band. But
We bought one of those.
Yeah, we did. It was a Korean. It was a Korean
We bought
pop
2 of
band.
them.
Did we?
it was a rock gnome evil K-pop band. Yeah.
They weren't evil. They were just
There was
shitty.
another one before that, wasn't there? Or
No,
did we-
I really tried to go to length to make sure it was evident that these guys were never decent people.
Yeah, no, we fought King Shit in the dance off,
Jesus.
which I did not fail. Thank
What
you.
about the Dazzler, the Jazzler, and all that shit?
They're not a band. They're a dance troupe. There's a
There's
difference.
definitely a canon emerging of like a dark side to the entertainment industry in this
I
universe.
mean, Paul Murr is literally, yeah.
That was Trad's social commentary on his days as a roadie.
Literally the only gnomes you've encountered have been evil musicians.
all gnomes are evil.
What am I trying to say subconsciously? Jesus.
Rock, did you have a race in mind?
Oh, Hildorf.
Holdorf?
Min-maxing. I'm sorry, I can't stop it. And of the Forge, it's too on the nose, but it makes sense.
So we just have to wait for Palmer to get back to decide on his.
Races.
No, he's going to be human, but he needs to decide on his sorceress bloodline.
Oh, please do wild magic. That's all I ask. Please do wild magic. It's so fun. If he doesn't want to, I'll be sad. But, Oh, magic's so
That would be almost too perfect for Palmer.
What exactly, right?
Larry, if Gunslinger had gotten shot down, I was actually gonna pick on Wild Magic Sorcerer.
Something else. You said something else.
I said Sorcerer Paladin, but then I also thought about a fighter.
But you said other special or sub classes. I thought you said something else.
Well, I thought about it after you mentioned it. I was thinking at
For a
first.
one-shot, it's perfect.
Yeah, for something that you don't necessarily have to live with, it's pretty good fun.
Wild magic. Yeah, Palmer.
You need to know your sorcerer's bloodline.
Okay. Yeah, I'm reading through this big thing here.
I don't want to tip the scales too much, but might I suggest wild magic? I think you would like it. It's very much the Ripper, but that's just what you do. I mean, every now and then you can do what the Ripper does.
Noted.
Do we have any? Okay, out of curiosity, do we have any restrictions on background?
Nope. Think we want to take.
I was gonna say for me, it's a one shot. It doesn't really matter too much.
Well, you never know. Backgrounds help a lot with in-town and storytelling.
That's why.
It does. And if that's the type of game we're gonna play, it actually doesn't matter. So don't poo-poo it and not even come up with one. Just
No, I always have a bunch of backstories in my head. Trust me. I live in the VTuber community. I get to hear a lot of fucking dumb shit and backstories. All right.
There's a difference between backgrounds and backstories.
Correct.
Backgrounds in D&D have a mechanical effect.
Let me see. Did this give me one? I have the folk hero background. I already picked one.
The thing I would say not to worry too much about when it comes to character creation is whatchamacallit? Come on, brain.
Backstory?
Smart making. No. Like the traits and stuff that they have you decide.
Yeah.
Like the
traits, feature, flaw, bond, ideal.
Yeah, the bonds and that. Don't worry too much about that because it kind of dictates how you want to build your character. And I'd much rather you came up with your own personalities. To be honest,
I picked folk hero, which gives me rustic hospitality. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look it up.
Where do you find shelter? That's usually what they do. Like, where can you sleep at night?
Rustic hospitality.
I can only sleep in fancy inns. I get us free lodging at all the hojos.
Exactly. It's a lot of so weird. Most of the backgrounds are their special feat or trait is where can you find lodging?
Basically, if we're running for the law or something like that, or trying to hide from somebody, if people know who you are, they'll help us.
This is the perfect trait for me.
I can assure you, there will be absolutely no law enforcement involved.
You know, the last time I heard that, I had to call my lawyer. Okay.
You know what? Don't tempt me. We could run this train straight into the guardsman. I'm telling you.
Look. We'll get about 5 minutes in. I'll get into a fight with someone because I don't trust them or whatever. They attack me first, and Larry's gonna be like, "Oh, there goes Ben, murder hoboing the party again." Fucking honking on his vape like it owes him money.
Literally, I don't care. It's a one shot.
So you're gonna nibs good body this whole thing, Larry?
What does nibs good body mean?
So you're saying I can murder hobo?
Sure. Again, as Bob said, you can.
Yeah, as a bard. Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Smack that real quick. I snapped my rapier. All right, he takes 2 damage. He then mollywops you for 50. You're dead. All right, moving on.
Yeah, my 14 AC is a little
more,
questionable.
Survivable and wild once I got Dimension Door, but before that it was real touch and go.
Yeah. I have invisibility.
I don't mean shit.
Oh, shit. Sweet. My wife just gave me money. Awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it was my money to begin with, but I just wanted to clarify. Feels nice when someone just walks in and hands you like a $5 bill. Like, oh, thanks. Appreciated. Hard work here.
Wasn't there a Wanderer background at one point?
Say that again?
I thought that there was a background called Wanderer.
Outlander. It's close.
Outlander?
Outlander's probably what you're thinking of, if at all.
It sounds to me like you're just building Percy.
Oh. No,
That was
no.
literally the background he took.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I
thought he was noble. I thought he
never looked at any of Taliesin Jaffe's character sheets, so I did not know that. Legit, I really didn't.
It's fine. I'm joking, dude. You could every good character archetype is an archetype for a reason, right? Like,
Yeah. It just works or it's fun to play.
Actually, I have an idea.
Are you going to build a rogue that's dual classed as a fighter that has second wind and extra attack, but doesn't really remember to use it until about 10th level when he gets action surge?
Nah, that's just you, buddy.
Yeah, it's me. Fucking character works great, though. Fucking
Really
purrs
does,
like a
not
kitten.
lie. Fucking Devery Constant. Never say he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Nope. Y'all can claim I
Alright,
don't
yeah, I'm
pay
gonna do
attention. I do. I just sit. I muse. I don't say anything.
Draconic bloodline.
Necrotic?
Yeah, Draconic would be fine.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Draconic is kind of the...
Oh, Drachronic. I only heard Chronic. I was like, so you're making another Palmer, but this time he's a wizard?
No, sorcerer. Innate spellcasting.
Yes.
They don't study long hours. At
Correct.
Yeah, you don't call me a wizard, dude. That is like, oh my god.
Oh, God.
Oh my
Nerd!
Nerd.
god.
What
Oh,
happened? Essentially, what happened is that his parents fucked a dragon at some point,
Yeah.
or his ancestors fucked a
he
dragon.
made
at
a
some
deal
point.
with a dragon. Potentially.
Oh, dear.
Potentially.
So now
You
you
don't-
need to choose.
Sorry.
You need to choose what kind of
Yeah.
dragon you want. Is
Vacuum
your,
nuts.
is your bloodline?
I chose copper.
Copper. Okay.
Copper
Best
dragons
one.
are dope.
I like all the metallic dragons. Truth be told, chromatics can go fuck themselves.
They're
My
good
favorite
boys.
dragon is Bad Dragon. It's alright, I'll laugh. Laugh my own joke for everybody.
I mean, I could laugh, but then that would tell some things about me. But
All right.
Oh,
so
the furry knows what Bad Dragon is. Ugh, someone act shocked, please.
So we have our sort of base stuff. We decided we're gonna do standard array, right?
Yep.
Next question is, how do you want to deal with hit points? Do we wish to live dangerously and roll them, or do we want to take the average?
I'm good either way.
Same.
I'll roll those bad boys. I fear nothing.
I'll roll them.
Hell yeah, that sounds like a majority to roll.
Sounds like we're rolling hit points.
Yep.
Can't wait
Is
till
the standard array is it 15, 14,
15, 14.
13, 12, 10, 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're using specifically that one. I didn't know that. Okay.
It's standard.
That is
Oh,
the standard array.
It's standard.
14, 13, 12, 10, 8.
12, 10, 8. Yeah.
Okay.
Where am I gonna do this? Are we re-rolling ones or ones live with them?
If you're rolling, you're rolling.
Damn.
Hell yeah. So it's just, as a sorcerer, I just have 1d6? That's
Yeah, you super
level.
squished. You super squished, bro.
bet.
So it will be 1d6 per level plus your Constitution modifier.
You get max first level.
I mean, max first level.
Yeah.
What? So I get 6 on my
So
token?
your first level, you would get so if it's a 1d6, you'll get 6 plus your Constitution modifier. And for every level beyond that, you would roll a d6 and add your Constitution modifier.
Okay, so it's not Constitution added at the end; it's Constitution every level. All right.
Per level.
Yeah.
Run the array
So-
by me again, because I'm stupid.
Say that again?
Average for Barbarian is a 9, right?
If we're rolling, everyone's rolling.
No, because if that's what it is, I literally rolled average.
Oh, okay. D12 for a Barbarian?
Yeah.
Yeah, plus con.
That would be 6.
7-ish?
7-ish, yeah.
Because you round up for
Okay,
players.
yeah.
Okay.
So you rolled a little bit above average.
Yeah, but not like egregious.
You do get max at first level, remember? So
Yeah, I rolled 4 hit dice and
okay,
Yeah.
cool. Is there anything else we really need to? Staffing equipment. I would say to take the equipment from your class, and I will work out money here in a moment.
By 5th level, doesn't usually is it +1 by then, or is it not usually? I forget because there aren't a few things.
I wasn't going to go in that direction. I was going to go in a slightly different direction.
Okay.
I was just asking in general. By 5, do people? I was just asking a general question. Of by 5, don't people usually get +1 by then? Weapons or forget?
Okay, I was going to go into a slightly different direction for magical items.
Alrighty, I will shut up.
Long story short, I'm going to spend the next 7 days or so looking at your various characters, and I'm going to give you magic items.
Righto.
Cool.
I like that.
They may not be the most powerful magical items, but they will be magical items. And you will probably you'll have at least one each.
Excuse me.
Roll dice. That's fun. So I got 8, 6, 6, and a 4. Pretty good.
What does a bard have? It's D6, I think.
No.
D8?
Take D8s.
All right, let's see how bad this goes. 3, 7, 8, 1. Nice. So 10, 19 plus.
that's pretty close to average.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna change my mind to white dragon if that's cool.
Sure.
Going not chromatic. Chromatic, yeah, not metallic.
Chromatic and ice, I think.
Yeah, chromatic. The evil dragon. Evil, yes.
Me and my 27 hit points.
It's not bad for a bard.
Yeah, at level 5. It's scary, but it's not awful.
It's only scary if you don't throw the cleric in front of you.
Correct.
Alright, so we got that sorted out.
That's from Sword Coast Adventure.
What is?
I was just talking to myself.
Oh, it's right. Okay, sorry. I thought I completely missed something someone said.
No. I'm looking for a specific background for my character. I'm looking for Far Traveler on D&D Beyond, and because I don't have it, I'm trying to purchase it.
What are you looking for?
Far Traveler.
Far Traveler? Let me check.
I think that's Sword Coast Adventure. I'm not 100% sure.
Ooh, you know what? I'll flippy flop that for 28. What the hell do I need intelligence for anyway?
I gotta pick a name now. What
You're really making intelligence your dump stat?
No, strength. Strength is dump stat.
Far traveler. Yeah, it's from Soul Coast.
Gucci.
Accent, mannerisms, figure of speech, perhaps even your appearance all mark you as foreign. Curious glances are directed at your way wherever you go. You can be a nuisance. You also gain the friendly interest of scholars and other intrigued by far-off lands. To say nothing of everyday folk who are eager to hear stories of your homeland. Highest attention to access the people and places from their travel with noble lords, scholars, merchants. Okay, cool. Not the problem. Remember that at 4th level you either get an ASI or a feat. So make sure that you apply those. The amount of people that have started at level 5 and gone, oh, I forgot.
I go and takes.
If to make it a little bit easier upon myself, I am probably going to have it that your characters are already know each other, just so that I don't have to do that. Everyone meets in a bar thing.
Thank God,
Right.
yeah.
Never done that before. That's interesting. Can we do that?
How would you like to have your characters know each other?
I think
We met at a rave one time. Sorry.
This one time at band camp.
Ooh, I've got an idea.
Easy.
I like the sound of that.
I need you all to come up with a reason why you'd be in prison.
Hell yeah.
Oh, we're doing it Elder Scrolls style. Okay.
Huh?
Elder
We're
Scrolls.
doing it Elder Scrolls style. Every Elder Scrolls game begins with you locked up in prison or jail or whatever.
You aren't necessarily locked up in prison.
Okay.
You are merely in a prison.
Can I actually start in prison?
Okay. Thank you for elaborating
If
on
you're
that.
going to go down that route, I'd actually like to start in prison.
If you want to be an inmate, you can be. If you want to be visiting, you can be. If you want to be there to like pay a fine, you can be. You just need to be in the prison building.
With it. I like that.
Bob, question. So, for my character, since I'm going to be using something a little unique, how do you want me to handle the gun situation?
Do they have a starting equipment?
No. They they run off the fighters. Let me read Gunslinger again.
What racial bonuses do high elves get?
It's almost like there's a plethora of abilities for you to find that out, my dude.
Yeah, no.
Jeez, Ben likes to be spoon-fed.
Not always. I'm just like trying to make sure I have something nice.
Do the work, my dude.
Thanks, Bubba. I have
What is-
keen mind, and I get
Maybe
+1
somebody that is
intelligence.
proficient
Nice.
in like real world guns might be able to explain this to me. What's the difference between a palm pistol and an actual pistol?
So a palm pistol is the kind of thing that a woman or something in the old days would keep up their
Derringer.
sleeve, and a derringer. A pistol is a pistol, like a Glock or like an actual handgun.
Mhm.
Pistol is the one that makes a noise when you engage it.
I'm gonna say that by 5th level, you probably would have a pistol.
Okay.
It's the same as having a longbow. Like, it's the same damage as a longbow.
Okay, so a pistol.
Just a slightly longer. Slightly.
Can I also argue for a pepper box?
No. Base cost 250 gold. What's the difference?
Listen, man, firearms require a lot of metal.
Reload 6, misfire 2.
Yeah, we are going to take another like 2 hours. To
So
figure out-
all a pepper box does is give you 2 extra shots and an easier chance to misfire. All,
Essentially. I mean, if it's no, I won't argue.
250 gold is a lot for
Fifth level, yeah.
for a 5th level character.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this: guns are fucking expensive, and for a reason.
Yeah, just stick with the pistol for now if you don't mind.
No worries.
Thanks.
I have a bunch of options. I could go ranged or close because of high elf. I didn't even think that through.
All right, I'll give you a trade-off, Smokey. You can have a pistol, but more ammunition, or a pepper box and way less ammunition.
I will take the pistol and more ammunition because I know how difficult it can be to stock up on ammo
Yeah.
in a medieval setting. Oh fuck! I also need Tinker Tools.
Well, you get Tinker Tools. That's
Right. No, I'm thinking. I'm talking to myself in the back of my head, but also, sorry. Thing I happen to do sometimes.
because you get proficiency with Tinker Tools for being a gunslinger.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Cool.
I'll take 2. There's small 3. Perhaps 3 sneezes, please.
Bless up, my dude.
Alec.
Yes.
What kind of weapon are you using?
I'm using a great axe.
Good. Good.
There are other options, but it's my preferred weapon.
Yeah. Rock, what armor did you take to start?
I have not got that far yet.
Fair enough.
Cleric has a lot of things I have to pay, and I'm trying to figure it out. Fook out.
Cleric of the Forge, especially so.
Yeah, this is going to be. It's a sticky wicket, especially with the background. Especially now that you say, "Why am I in a prison? Why would it? If I'm acolyte, why would I be?"
I mean, as a cleric of the Forge, you could be there repairing equipment.
You don't have to be an inmate.
I don't get proficiency though with martial weapons. Dang it. Oh, I do. No, I do. It's a dwarf, right? Isn't dwarf good martial or? Is Warhammer, right?
They get Warhammer.
They get Warhammer being a dwarf.
And let's be honest, if you were a Forge cleric that didn't know how to use a hammer, you would be disowned.
Yeah, Warhammer. Yeah, definitely Warhammer though. Hell yeah. I'm definitely gonna go heavy. I can get heavy, right? Yeah.
I think if you were just a dwarf that didn't know how to use a hammer at all, no matter what the class.
We're starting equipment for. Damn.
I just realized I was muted and I was telling an elaborate joke about how I want to play a dwarf who doesn't know how to use a hammer, and he's
I would start,
a reject from his society because he's like the only
I
one.
would start chainmail because I'm proficient. I would definitely start heavy. Going full front hand, not front, but definitely take a beating and keep on ticking.
Mm-hmm.
Big burly dwarf. Goes in, gives no fucks.
Just remember that they. All right, now that I'm starting to put the one shot together in my brain. Yeah.
Yeah. What up?
Just remember the paths that aren't necessarily combat.
Yeah, no.
Which is why you have a bard, I guess.
Oh, I'm going.
Sure.
I'm going pretty. I have a pretty big focus on non-combat stuff.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm actually going guild artisan, and that gives me persuasion and insight. So yeah.
Yes, I
get-
love that background.
I get. I went Circle of the Land grasslands, so I get haste and invisibility just kind of automatically.
Nice. We're gonna have some fun. So if we do that, I'm actually like kind of like making adventure notes as you guys are making your characters.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my stuff into like a document, like written down onto a character sheet.
Yeah.
Clairvoyance is kind of neat.
I was going to ask you, Ben, actually, as the bard, are you going to take a fairy fire, or do you want me to? My spell slots, but if you're not going to, I can probably make room.
Feel free. Feel free. I like this character sheet that it kind of auto-generated. Like, I'm kind of cool with that set of abilities.
Oh, okay. I may or may not. I'm not. I might not. I don't know if I care enough to. It's a good ability, but I gotta.
I'm wondering as far as armor if I should go medium or light.
For a gunslinger?
Yeah, debating.
Depends on how you want to build your character. Are you looking to be like a stealth-based gunslinger, or are you looking to be like a stand and bang?
Stand and bang mostly.
And you're gonna want to be able to take a hit.
As I laugh with my +1 to con. Aw, yeah.
Palmer, I'm taking a jump specifically for you.
Yeah.
Not specifically for you, but I guess in I don't know, out of respect for you.
I've seen what it's capable of.
I've seen what you're capable of doing with it.
Yeah, they actually added Druid to Baldur's Gate, and you can like turn it into a bird.
Yeah.
I need to test like what the speedrun implications are of that. I don't think it's gonna be better than the jumping off, unfortunately.
Oh, I have Jack of all trades, non-proficiency bonus. That's interesting.
Breastplate doesn't incur disadvantage on stealth checks. That's interesting.
This feels so weird building a 5th level character as opposed to being a rogue where it's like, I have 4 abilities, and it's just like I'm still adding abilities and spells, like not even halfway done. Handy though. Cutting words, font of inspiration. Keen senses. I have proficiency in perception. Okay, cool.
So it says at 5th level I know 6 spells, and that can be 6 spells of 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
First,
so
second, or third, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And you know your cantrips, obviously.
Yeah.
Alright, I think I got my character done. Or at least one version of him.
Pretty much done with all the points. With all the points of it, I just have to type it all out and get it in place.
I'm getting pretty close.
Do you want us to give you the character sheets in, Bob?
I don't give a shit.
I have a Google Doc that I'm just gonna share with him. It's
I don't care. I don't want your character sheets.
Oh, you
It's
don't
a
want
one shot. It's a one shot. I don't care. Like,
Oh, I thought
You said you wanted to get our character sheets. I thought. I remember you specifically saying that.
Well, he's hearing what we're throwing out there out in the open, and he's working with that.
yeah, I've got it all written down.
Oh, my bad. Misunderstood.
I'm gonna surprise you when I cast.
The only thing I'm gonna be asking you is things like name, gender,
Fuck.
that kind of thing.
I have to come up with a name? Nobody told me that.
Well, I tend to refer to character names rather than players
I do too.
Thank
when I'm
you.
DMing.
Hey, Ben, are you taking hypnotic whatever?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Fun fact: did you know that gnome spellcasters can fly the moment they can cast second level spells?
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds made up. No. Not right.
It sounds like he's fucking with you.
So the average weight of a gnome is 40 pounds.
Okay.
If a gnome casts the spell Reduce on itself, it reduces its weight to 1/8 of that, which is
And then
5 pounds.
Mage hand.
Mage Hand can then lift up to 10 pounds.
Holy shit.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
Do you know who has Mage Hand? Me.
So you're just mage handing around yourself as a gnome sorcerer or whatever.
Just
Moment you can cast second level spells.
I'm almost positive though you can get knocked off real easy.
Oh, you absolutely would. But you can do it.
Breeze.
I'm seeing some of these spells marked EE, like they're from the EE. What is that? Oh, elemental evil player.
Yeah.
Something or other. Yeah, fuck all that noise.
So I get 3. I always forget this. I gain proficiency of 3 skills. Can I put my proficiency to something that's I'm already proficient in and get expertise? No. Okay.
You can only gain expertise if something specifically grants you expertise.
Oh yeah, it says like ice knife. I guess it's from the EE,
Ice Knife's so broken.
and some snowball thing or whatever.
Going for an ice themed character. I mean, you're a white dragon. It makes sense.
Yeah, I won't use the EE though. I have no idea what that is.
Elemental evil. That handbook. And a lot of people don't know about elemental evil. I think Roy uses a lot of spells from that book.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm just sticking to PHB for now.
Pretty sure Roy uses PHB spells.
Well, he uses Ice Knife and another spell that's also from Elemental Evil. I can't remember which one though. I think it's Light Tap, or is that a Necromancer ability?
Don't know.
That's neat. I can get back some spells on a short rest.
Yep.
Oh, there are some skills I get expertise with. Nice.
I was gonna say, as a bard, you should have something that gives you expertise, but the 3 that you gain is not that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Spear and shortbow for weapon focuses. Otherwise, I think I'm pretty well done. They're all pretty good for hit points. I got 39.
So what does the color of my dragon actually do?
So, for a... Give me 1 second. It's gonna give you,
Me?
Alright.
It's been a long time since I played the sorcerer, so I'm just going over it. Bear with
It's been a
me.
long time since I rock and rolled.
As magic flows through your body, because at first level, your hit point maximum increases by 1. Oh, so you get an extra hit point at every level,
Yeah,
Palmer.
yeah, I have all that added in. I think I have, let me tell you, 31 health total.
All right. So unfortunately, your colored draconic bloodline doesn't start doing stuff till level 6.
Yep.
That's okay.
We're level 5.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't like missing something.
Yeah. No. Basically, it gives an effect to abilities you gain later in the character's life cycle.
Alright, here is all of my shit.
Now I just need to decide if I want to up my stats or take a feat.
Reload.
Oh, thank you for saying that. I forgot I need to look at Pete still.
I went
Okay,
I went with Warcaster.
I'm kind of where I want to be here. My saving throws are really nice for Dex and Charisma. I've got a 9 in Intimidation and Performance. It's not bad for level 5. It's been a minute since we've been down here. I got leather armor. I don't think that really helps me though, because my Dex is already pretty okay. I got some glass blowing tools, if anyone needs anything.
Oh, Palmer, I just saw your name.
Hello, Alfina. Yeah,
So is
she
mirror
playing.
Image just makes like shadow copies, so it's harder to get hit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make this tea that I've been thinking about making 3 times now. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I have to make myself a beverage soon.
I kind of want to be a character that doesn't just take the standard Great Weapon Master as a barbarian. So I'm going to take Squat and Nimbleness, I think.
I don't even know what that does.
It's in Xanathar's Guide. It page 75. Increase strength or dex by 1 to a max of 20. Increase walking speed by 5 feet. So I'm going to be a fast dwarf. I'm going to have a 40-foot move speed because of
Speedy
Barbarian.
Nice.
Then proficiency in acrobatics or athletics. So I could kind of retroactively move my Barbarian proficiency in athletics to something else they could give. Or I could also have acrobatics, which would kind of be funny as a dwarf. But I'm all for being a little bit out of type. And then you have advantage on any strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics checks to escape from being grappled.
Not bad. Oh, right, because Xanathos had the racial feats, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of the racial feats.
Okay, so
I hear a scritchy noodle.
Yeah, he going nuts. But they going nuts. She going nuts.
I think, yeah, I'm ready. Okay, so I definitively decided on a race. Gonna go with Leonin for this one.
Okay.
That'll actually give me a good reason why I'm in jail. I'm a lion, man. They don't understand that I'm harmless. I just walked into town and they saw a big lion and guns and they decided to throw me in prison.
As the person that is creating the city that you are in, I'm not sure the guards are that judgmental? Question mark. That paints the guards in a very negative
Oh, I get
light.
what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. My bad. Not my intention.
It might have been that you got in a fight and you shot
I love the
something
ferret.
and
She's
they didn't
so
understand the weapons. They're like, we need you to come in for questioning, right? But they wouldn't just throw you in jail because you look like a cat, right? Like,
That ferret's so cute, you can have her, Larry. She's throwing everything off the bed now.
Oh my god.
She is having a moment.
She's having a spell.
No, she's having it. She's got the vapors.
oh my, I'm having palpitations over here.
I think I'm kind of like okay. I don't think there's the only thing I really need to do is just kind of get comfortable with what my spells are. And like that's kind of it. Everything else feels pretty okay. I'm a little bit different from the character sheet because they used a different stat array, it looks like. Yes, Alfina, thank you. My spells do things. I would never have guessed.
So, just for the last thing, I'm gonna. If you don't have an answer yet, it's fine. Do you have an idea on character name?
Gaston Ellaby.
Gaston. Okay. Because no one fights like Gaston.
Nah, I'm just a pretentious performer who thinks he's really good, but somehow has now ended up in jail.
You've got far too many names to be a pretentious performer.
True.
Most performers have one, like
Gallagher?
just Gaston. Would
Yeah.
be. Anyone else have a name in mind?
I do.
What you got?
Ulrich,
Ulrich?
Clan Rumnaheim. So Rum N-A Heim.
Like Rumham?
Maybe.
Rumham.
Rumham. And we already know Palmer's name is YOLO.
God damn it, Palmer, really?
Yeah, Yellow Mornstar.
I mean, I think it's better than Palmer.
Palmer, yeah.
What?
You should call you Chuck E. Cheese.
It is on the table.
Does anyone else have an idea on names so far? If you don't, that's fine.
I think as good as YOLO, unfortunately. I'll talk shit, but I can't come up with anything better. I'll make something eventually.
I have completed my my character sheet. Got my
Just
spells.
recompleted it.
Great.
Cool. As long as you have a name by like the time we start next week.
Almost definitely.
So we still have like almost 2 hours until I gotta go to bed. So I guess we can figure out. Damn, we could like actually figure this out.
I'm kind of debating between two.
Is Percy one of them?
Thorman Strongbeam. Random name. I don't care.
Thorman?
Thorman. Thor.
Thorman, yeah.
Strongbeam.
I will allow this.
I kind of like that actually.
Thorman Strongbeam.
Nice.
I'll probably just be using your first names for the most part.
Thorman Smash.
Throw my shit off the bed. Don't spit on the floor, you asshole.
The guy with the world's longest name.
Henry VIII.
It's not his first name. No, it's like the subtitle fills half the screen.
Mahavir Raghunathan.
No, it has Gamble Putty. Yeah, Johann Lee, and it goes on quite a bit.
There's also the was it the John Throat Warbler Mangrove, but it's pronounced James.
I always like your George Carlin bit about how you can pronounce things however you want.
Yeah, totally, Alfina.
You can spell your name S-M-I-T-H and pronounce it Janowski if that's what you want.
It's the Lewis Black has a whole thing about stupid names. And,
Here, just like
how he
clip
was
it now and tell me when to
there
scroll.
are people
That's the
who
easy
literally
thing to
name
do.
their Kid Absiday, A, B, C, D, E.
Yeah.
Like, or the best one.
Oh boy.
Shithade, spelled S-H-I-T-H-E-A-D.
Shathid. Yeah.
Yeah, shithead.
Yep, that's Shathid.
I have come up with my name. It is going to be Ol Janowski.
Ola Janowski. Is that one word?
No, 2 words. An O-L apostrophe, like it's a shortened version of old.
Oh.
I had a friend who went to high school with a Shithade and a Sholay.
A Sholay, yep, asshole. Yep.
Yep, I think those two are related. I feel so bad for that.
I had a girl in my freshman or sophomore year, one of my classes. Her name was Ladasha, and it was literally spelled L-A, like a minus sign and an A.
That's awful.
But you pronounce the dash. Apparently, it's pretty common.
In Texas?
I don't know. I just
Yeah.
you know, because obviously, anytime there was a sub or whatever, she would get the grief about it. But and she says that it's not uncommon.
I'm 36. I've never heard that shit before.
I've heard of it, and I didn't know it was actually like a real thing. I thought.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
like,
Apparently,
oh,
it's not super uncommon.
It's speaking as a black person who's grown up with women like that. It's really not uncommon. It's about as common as people naming their kids after vehicles.
Look, hearing the name Ladasha probably wouldn't turn my head very hard, but actually spelling it L-A-A is where like somebody took real effort to think about.
That's actually efficiency speedrunning strats, dude. Like I ain't even mad about it.
Kind of, yeah. What does her signature look like?
Yeah, Bowie went to a high school with a girl named Paige Turner.
My stepmother went to high school with Heather Lovelace.
That's what Bowie says. That's what he says. But it's Bowie, so it's like, you know.
That man can spin a yarn.
Why not Bowie?
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you know Cooney, there's There's a bookshop called Paige Turner's Bookshop, and he's like, I went to high school with a girl named Paige Turner, and I was like, that's wild.
Oh, he didn't even go to high school.
Yeah.
He's British.
He's
Yeah,
a
right.
vagrant.
They stopped going to school like
Ow!
super early, like 3rd grade. You know. At least that's how he acts. Ooh, got him. Tell him I said that.
Getting back to names, I
Just say to you, and then you
Ready?
Smokey.
Better be transformed.
think I
What?
have a name. Zion Golden Force
Zion.
of Pride Golden Force.
Are Golden Force a set of Power Rangers by any chance?
No.
Oh well.
Can I call
know
you
this-
Ladasha for short?
Call me Ladasha and you'll catch these claws, my dude.
Ooh, I'm shaking. I'm shaking.
I'm just
Sure.
writing
Yeah.
down the dash it just so I don't forget. is the second A capitalized or not?
Xion. That's my name. Zion.
Oh, Xion. I had a Z down. so-
Yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna create a character, Horatio Torquemada Cheese. I don't know. I just don't know how to build it yet. It's on my list of things to do.
Why is that name familiar?
Mr. Cheese is your navigator in this fancy video game about a guy with a stupid name.
Oh, whatever, the Monkey Island.
Yeah, it's Monkey Island.
Yeah,
Very vague
Monkey
Monkey
Island
Island
football, right?
reference. Yeah,
Big
Horatio Torquemada is actually H.T. Marley, but Mr. Cheese is the navigator.
Yeah. Isn't the big bad in Monkey Island 4 Cheese as well? Do you remember?
No, he helps you out. The Curse of Monkey Island is still LeChuck, but it's also corporations.
That's the second one, right?
I'm not sure. Oh, you gotta grab laundry.
Monkey Island, Secret Monkey Island.
Curse or Escape is
Island.
4.
Escape is
Is there anything else you want to know about my character, his equipment, flavor, or anything like that?
If there is, I can ask
Crap.
during
I guess-
the week.
Okay. One of the big things is he's a mason is his trade.
Oh yeah.
That's fine. Like I said, just come up with a reason why you would be in a prison building or a jail.
Yeah, how you
Well,
like it.
Repairs.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't be wearing my chainmail. Probably, right?
He could also be muscle for an execution. Either or. Like, it's not
It
unheard of
depends
for
on
people to
how
take
you
stun
look
guns.
at it, because the chainmail, as far as you're concerned, could be part of your ritualistic attire.
It's true. It could be, true. It could be just like our robes, we wear chainmail. It makes sense. Forge, smithies, you gotta wear the chainmail around, brother.
You gotta rub in the ointments and say the prayers to the machine spirit before you.
That's ironically what I do every time I fire up my 3D printer.
So you do live in the 40k universe.
I do. It happened.
I was tempted to make an artificer, not gonna lie. I do want to change my name, my first name though, because I just realized that Xion is the name of a character in Kingdom Hearts. I
Are you changing it to Ladasha?
no.
Damn it, this is no
You look
fun.
ashy.
No, it's
Ladashi.
Dalasha.
I'm sorry.
It's just a bunch of dots and dashes. It's just Morse code.
It's the artist formerly known as Mouse Cop.
I wanna change
Wingdings.
My friends
change
call me
first
Morse
name.
code for short.
I want to just.
What's your name? Dot 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 dash 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 dot dot dot. Your name's SOS, right?
I'm glad he knows the Morse code for SOS. Okay.
I know the Morse code.
No,
Yeah, everyone should.
I want to change my first name to Broseo.
Brosea.
No, Broseo. Brothe.
Broter.
EO.
It's like brother with an O. Happy 18th anniversary to Final Fantasy X too.
Man,
Are you serious?
Ouch.
Yeah,
Ouch.
it was like yesterday, I believe.
Oh, was it? Was it really?
Kios, I'm learning about D&D. What does DM mean? Dick smash. Snas, get out of here.
Ouch.
Fucking Snas. Ow. I have scrubbed my fingertips off. Goodbye, Freya. Don't... Ferret breath.
Yeah. Brotheo.
You have to kiss it, and you chose to kiss it.
She bit me on the mouth, Larry.
What's your favorite?
Yolo, Thormund, Brotheo, Oljanowski, and Gaston. Oh, is Oljanowski actually old, or is that someone that he grew up with people taking the mick out of him?
Right now, I have him put as 56 years old, which isn't super old, but the nickname has been with him for quite a while.
Yeah. Okay.
He's one of those guys who's been old forever, but is finally starting to grow into it and maybe starting to regret it a little bit.
Yeah. I think it's my wife said I've been a curmudgeon since I was 7 years old. So.
I'm honestly considering taking 5 from his movement speed just for being old, but also taking the mobile feat.
Buying him a pair of roller skates.
I mean, we already have a dwarf in the party with a 40-foot move speed.
We do have a very speedy dwarf.
Now, I don't have like cutting action or anything like that, but even so.
All right. So, one last thing I'd like to go through with the group on my end of things. Is there anything you want out of the game? Is there a specific scene you want me to try and work in? Is there a type of character you want me to try and work in? Is there a theme you want me to try and work in?
Bitches. Jay and Silent Bob.
I was going to say, we've already got that covered because you're playing then.
Correct. Woo!
Right, well,
to be honest,
that sufficiently covers what I was gonna ask for. So.
And being called yeah, no, okay. We're there.
On a serious note, I'd like to see I personally like to see a secret society of some sort, like
Secret society.
Secret society of some sort, handling things like what we're fighting. The secret society is fighting things, handling things in the background. You know, somebody pulling the strings behind the scenes.
maybe a puzzle or two.
I just want to have a good time.
Because like we've done a lot of stuff, but we haven't really hit like a puzzle dungeon or puzzle kind of quest, I'd say yet.
Okay, so just to be absolutely transparent, the problem with puzzles in an RPG environment, especially in a one-shot, is they can either take a minute to solve
Or
or
forever.
an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's understandable.
6 or 7 people all putting their heads together on it.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, I mean, I've seen that fail in escape rooms multiple times.
At some point, when a player starts getting frustrated, they just start swinging their sword and things break and people die.
I don't think we're the type of people who... I don't think if you put the 6 of us in an escape room, we would fail.
I don't
The
think
other-
so,
the,
yeah.
The difference being with an escape room, you have like something tactile you can touch and you can move and you
Yeah.
can interact with the puzzle itself, right?
Fully
Whereas I'm
observe.
sitting here and going, there are 9 squares in front of you. Go. And you're like, I step on the first one. You explode and die. Next. Like it's puzzles are very weird in tabletop. They're much better when the tabletop game is in person, but online puzzles are real weird.
Yeah. It was an idea. I don't hold hard and fast to anything.
I'm adverse to the idea. I'm just saying that if you want a puzzle, it's either going to be super simple and you're going to overthink it and it's going to take forever, or you're going to get it instantly. That's just... Like, puzzles are very, very... Especially if you don't have a group that are used to solving them.
I don't like some of my old min-maxing groups. We went around the intended solution of so many puzzles in so many different ways, it wasn't even funny.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about this with my DM on Thursday, that when building a puzzle, you need to have 5 side solutions to the main solution when building a puzzle, and that could take a lot of time.
And unavoidable puzzles that people can't solve are really not fun. Like, if I sit here and I go, and I present what I consider to be like a simple puzzle, and then like Bowie has to solve it, we're gonna be here forever, right? Like,
Not the shade. I love it.
For the record, Bowie is still in the middle of his Ni no Kuni Platinum Pursuit run. If he finishes at any point in the next year, he'll have the 4th place on the leaderboard.
What is he at
chances of
compared
him
to actual
finishing?
people on the league?
Well, right now he's at about, I don't know, I guess about 378 days or something like that.
So he's pretty firmly in that 4th place.
Yeah.
But not at
Man.
risk of being on the bottom of the leaderboard yet.
Yeah.
Is he just failing casino over and over again, or what?
Yeah, he got 20 hours in and was like, I'm done. So if he ever comes back to do the rest of it, there you go.
but yeah, I can try and work a puzzle or two in. They just won't be monumentally difficult.
Can we try to fit in a legendary performance by the man, the myth, the legend himself, Paul Murr, at the end?
That's all going to depend on how things go.
Can I change my character's name to Merpaul?
No.
I'd actually like to. Another thing I'd like to see, at least for the smart people in the group.
Wow, that's shade.
Huh?
That's shade.
No, it's not shade. It's actually something that'll, because my character's not smart. He's got an 8 in intelligence. I was thinking maybe a code that has to be translated or something like that. We've got some smart people here. They'll figure it out.
But a character with high intelligence does not necessarily equate a player with high intelligence.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We have some smart players here.
My IRL intelligence is higher than my character's. That's fine. But I will say that playing to your intelligence can be really fun, and I'm not going to try to make him smarter than he is.
Okay. So a code, some puzzles, and a secret society. Is there anything else that you'd like me to try and work into this 4-hour one-shot?
A guy floating down a river on a raft, yucking healing potions at people.
Brodog!
Brodog!
Guys,
Yeah.
these inside jokes. Come on.
I know. I just thought it would be funny to mention.
Much ado about a trebuchet?
Yeah, a trebuchet. If there is anything about trebuchets, that's actually a dumb request that's been going on for, God, over a year now.
Isn't breakfast? Isn't
It's
breakfast?
over here, it's the French.
Yeah, breakfast is talking about trebuchets again.
God damn, breakfast.
Flying dwarves into the mountains.
No.
Trash.
No flying dwarves.
Yeah, there was
in the party.
a strange villain who had a magical trebuchet and used it to launch dwarves.
Which actually was a Monty Python reference.
A multi-basket trebuchet.
All a Monty Python reference too.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone wants a trebuchet again. Got it.
One of trebuchet again.
I don't know. It's something we can joke about at least.
That was just straight up mean. Who just chucks dwarves from the mountains?
Me. I'm evil. You know, growing up, your parents told you there's certain people you should stay away from and be careful around. It's me.
And Bowie.
And Bowie. He offered my wife a bandana once, and I'm pretty sure it almost wasn't laced with poison. Almost. I never got around to double checking.
You know, like maybe you should have.
Oh, she didn't take it. She didn't want it. She didn't want to take it from him.
Anybody want these coconut gummy bears I got? I don't like coconut gummy bears.
I hate coconut, man.
I wish coconut vape tasted good.
I wish coconut anything tasted good.
Actually, I do have a coconut thing right now. I have Pachamama.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's the only one that's like decent that doesn't taste like dried cotton.
It's not because it's not just mainly coconut. It's
Yeah.
smoked peach.
That's
I
why
like coconut
nothing
and Thai
chocolate
curries.
flavored. Yeah, I've been making Penang curry like crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I have like any other expectations or like wants out of this one shot.
All right.
Yeah, I just want to have fun. I'm kind of ready for whatever.
That's where I'm at.
I'm ready to have Bob talk at me for 4 hours and just listen to the tones.
Thinking about. I mean, I could just sit here and read a book if you want me to.
I mean, to be honest, that'd be probably the best stream content I've put on in about a year and a half.
We should do that one day. I just show up
And read a
start
book.
reading a book.
I'm down for it. I just have like, you could just read everyone a bedtime story, and then I'd have like one of my mods remote close my stream when I fall asleep. Perfect, easy.
Thinking about it, just to make things a little easier on myself over the next week, I just was notified by the woman I consider to be my wife legally, that I have some things coming up in the next week.
That's fine.
They're gonna have my time. Rather than me designing cool little magical items for you all, just make one piece of your equipment plus one, be it armor or a weapon. Just, for the magic users among you, mainly Palmer, I think I'll have to come up with something else.
I can take a +1 to either spear, bow, or armor. I'm not sure which one I'll let it do. What about a starting goal? Do you have an idea on that?
I was gonna have us do that in a moment.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
All right. Question, real quick.
Yeah.
Blessing of the Forge. It says I can give a +1 to an armor or a weapon. If I doubled up on that, would that make it a +2, or would you say that? Hold on, let me put this. Check.
That's the point, Alfie. That's the point.
Campaign real quick and read it. It's kind of worded weirdly, but I don't know if it means it just stays +1 or it goes to +2.
Forge domain.
Okay. I'm down with that. You can always just reach out to Bob and see what his schedule's like too. It's not like I have I have like Bob on lockdown. Bob's his own human.
The
Yeah.
fact that it says it becomes a magic item means I'm leaning towards it just is +1.
Yeah, it would not allow you to add an additional +1. So in this case, what you do is you'd be like, you take a +1 armor, and then when you wake up, you're like, oh, look at my +1 weapon. And then you have one of each.
Yeah, I would do the other. Yeah. True. Yeah.
As for starting goal, one second, let me answer this message. let's say, let's have everyone roll 4d10.
Hell yeah! That's all I wanted tonight was to roll some kind of dice.
You already did with HP.
Yeah, I let Roll20 do that for me.
Ooh, actually, 29.
Oh, by the way, I fully expect everyone. I'm not going to be like, oh, we must use Roll20 dice rolling. If you want to roll clicky clacks in person, roll your clicky clacks in person. Roll dice. I'm not going to police when you really want to roll, but for me, part of the fun is actually picking up a set of dice and rolling them, right? So, if you want to lie about your dice rolls, go ahead. Congratulations, you win D&D. Like,
God damn it! I rolled fucking 4 times in a row.
Hey, I rolled a 4. This I really.
Oh wow! Hey guys, I rolled 90.
22.
Wow.
all right. So, take the amount you rolled and add it to 175.
34 plus 175.
Add it to what? I'm sorry.
175.
175.
Okay.
And we'll call that your starting gold at 5th level or whatever.
Is that included with the gold that might have come with like backgrounds and stuff?
Nope, that's just your base. If you get anything from your background or anything like that, add that on top.
Okay.
And you said the +1 is to go to one of our pieces of starting equipment, right?
What, or a piece of equipment that you just have. Like if you decide to spend some of that $175 on like a pair of scissors and you want a pair of scissors +1, I'm not going to stop you. It'd be really fucking stupid, but I'm not going to stop you.
That's what I was clarifying. That's all. +1 bedroll. Fuck off.
Yes, my dude. That way you only have to sleep for 7 hours rather than 6, rather than 8.
I only need to sleep for 4.
Try this guy out. I just got this.
I just wanted to be able to sleep outside and not get cold ever.
Got myself a new dice tray.
What about when I sell one of my starting items? Does it matter, or you just yeah? I don't.
What are you looking to sell?
My chainmail and go to split.
Do you want to?
Does it make sense? I would make it too. I don't know what you want to do about that. That's a whole different thing.
Just to make it easier for a one shot, like, just what's the price difference between the two?
125.
Do you want to invest that much gold?
If we're gonna be again, I know I'm min maxing, but since I'm a forge, I probably would have made it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but what I'm saying is, you can't conjure something out of nowhere. You still have to buy materials.
I actually can. That's actually one of the things I can't do. Well, not nowhere, but with money. Never mind.
Yes, that's my point.
Yeah.
You still have to input something to get something out.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Larry, it's the law of equivalent exchange.
125 to make it, or you want to say, if I was going to make it, how much materials would I buy?
75.
75.
Yeah.
All right, for Splint. Yeah, I would do.
Sure.
No way I could afford plate. Plate would be way too much.
No.
All right, 75. I'm gonna minus that, and I'll just chuck the chainmail instead. I donated it.
Yeah. If you found an up-and-coming young paladin to give it to.
Yeah, exactly. I donated it to someone else. It treated me well. You take it.
Here, have this.
So do you guys have an idea of why your characters might be in a jail prison?
Yep.
I get paid minimum wage to do landscaping. It's rude.
Public indecency.
In my family, you gotta look after yourself. You don't need money much.
Yeah, that's kind of part of it too. Like that's why I'm kind of content for minimum wage. It's something to do with plants. It keeps me busy, keeps me out of trouble for now. It's not necessarily what I've been doing forever. It's not my life's goal. It's just kind of what's happening right now. We're just landscaping for the prison, trying to do something decent for the town, I guess.
Now, Smokey, you said that you wanted your character to actually be in prison, right?
Yeah, and I think I came up with a good way to kind of explain that.
Okay, cool.
It doesn't come out as sketch.
Cool. Well, you can let me know that off stream. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
Why would Thormund be at the? Oh, he's the blacksmith, right?
I'm mending the rods and such. Yeah, I'm there to make money for the church, the temple. You know, you gotta go out and do work every now and then in order to keep the lights on.
Why would Yolo be at the prison?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So, Yolo is he's a princely young lad from a noble sorcerer family of pretty decent reputation, and his family is attempting to prepare and encourage him for the eventual responsibility of taking over their roles, and he's completely uninterested and lethargic and like lazy. He's like a burnout, and he's like, well, I guess so. I don't really want to, like, spoiled, you know what I mean? So they, they make him go to, I don't know, I guess another kingdom or however you want to spin that, to just kind of oversee the duties and all the ins and outs of eventual responsibility that he may have as a king or whatever. I don't like king because I feel like sorcerers wouldn't be kings, but like, you know, lordship or what have you.
Why is he in a prison?
And because he's like on, they're like, all right,
he's on like a
go get
exchange.
Yeah, they're like, go get acclimated with some of the shit you need to do.
So he's like been farmed out to the police as like a consultant.
Yeah.
He's like a Richard Castle or whatever.
Yeah, but he's like, oh my god, seriously, like the whole time.
Okay. Yolo,
and when the party's like, help, we need help, cast some spells, he's like, I don't know, guys, I don't really feel like it. And I'll just cast, I'll just use shield instead. Like, I don't know.
Why would Alaric be at the prison?
Well, there are three main reasons. I don't really care which one you pick. One could be he's also repairing stuff. He's proficient with both masonry and woodworking tools, carpentry. He could be there on guild business for one thing or another, either dealing with a guild member who has been imprisoned or someone who is imprisoned because of things they did for the guild. And finally, I think the least likely would be that he's just hired muscle, taking a side job.
Okay. We'll go with the mason side of things.
Makes sense. Under construction. Good background reason.
Now, Gaston, if I may call you that.
Yeah, sir.
Why would you be at the prison?
I mean, I am a performer by trade. So I could be either in prison because I've done something ridiculous like smashed up a tavern or public indecency. Or I could be maybe like visiting to try and cheer up and convince the prisoners to maybe stop being such
when you say
ne'er-do-wells.
When you say performer, what is your art of choice?
Well, I'm kind of a double threat. I'm a master level glassblower and also a loot champion.
So you are likely to have been like drunkenly playing your lute and ended up having to spend the night in the drunk tank, maybe?
Probably, yeah, that would work.
That sort of thing.
I mean, if we go with my background, folk hero, maybe it'd be one of those things like, hey, like, bro, you definitely fucked up, but we know who you are. Like, just sleep it off and just get the fuck out of here in the morning type deal.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, you know, being actually in jail.
Okay. I think I have everything I need. Does anybody have any questions for me?
How you doing, man?
Yeah.
I am upright and I am not on fire. And that's about all I've got right now.
I like that more than mine. I just say upright and moving, but upright and more on fire, not on fire. I like that a lot more. Stolen.
I do have one question. How do we want to go about running this?
Like I said, I'll be the plan for me is I'll be doing Theater of the Mind. So however you want to set the stream up is fine.
Okay.
And the idea will be, I'll show up, we'll play the game. I mean, I'm game for however you guys want to go. So hopefully we'll be able to fit the whole thing in one session. If not, we fucked up.
We took too long.
Maybe we can always do part 2 later if that comes down to it.
As long as we, don't forget to reset time and let the moon crash into the planet or something like that.
Yeah, we still play the ocarina, right? Like, the thing for me is I just want to have some good fun with some peoples, and I hope it's something that you're all going to have fun with. Like I said,
hell yeah, I always have fun.
I think it's gonna be terrible. I don't even know why I'm here.
The long and the short of it, the big thing to bear in mind is, especially for me, I err on the side of fun, right? Like, I'm probably not going to do an adventure about people that get their eyeballs extracted through their butthole or whatever, right? Like, I'm more likely to tell a joke than I am to
inflict pain and suffering.
Little column A, little column B. But like, I find it really hard to run like a Ravenloft or a Curse of Strahd, because keeping the like the tone serious is a bit difficult for me. I like to have fun in my games. Not to say that like that stuff isn't fun. It's just I prefer a bit more jokey, fun kind of thing. So there may be some absurdist sort of parts to it, but I don't think it's going to be too bad.
I like both styles. So,
Oof, I'm glad I bought my helmet when I did, Baba.
I'm still with it.
I think at the end of the day, as long as we have a good time, that's all it really matters.
Cool. I'm glad. I'm looking forward to this one. So, Palmer has been tooting my horn for me quite a lot about how good I am. So it's time to see if I can live up to it.
I saw the size of that crowded limit break.
I see the size of that beard. You can't lie to me. You're a wizard.
People cry at limit break after a 4-hour session.
4?
No, you guys at limit break actually. You guys ended up doing like a continuation, right? Like, didn't it last multiple days?
So the way that the limit break thing worked is each game was its own individual game, but it told an overarching story. That way, if people could only show up for one game, that was just that was fine, right? That way they didn't feel beholden to stay for the whole week. Of course, we had people who did come the whole week, which was really cool. And we on the last day we ended up with, I think it was 20 people at the table.
It was a lot, yeah.
Saw a lot of people in there.
So yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was an absolute nightmare to try and keep under control, but
I don't think it'd be much different from us.
My wife, people manage to talk without talking over each other. Like, we struggle with 7 of us.
Yeah.
The good thing about being in person is it's much easier to whisper. You can be like to the person next to you. My wife just reminded me of a habit I have as a dungeon master that I should probably warn you all about. Which is getting you to help define the world.
Nothing wrong with that.
Like, occasionally, like, you may walk into a place and you ask who's inside, and I could be like, I don't know, you tell me. And then you guys can then describe the kind of people who are inside this building. Or you'd be like, oh, so what kind of cakes are there? And I'd be like, oh, you tell me what kind of cakes there are at the baker shop. Right? And that's a thing I like to do. It also gives me a really good way of giving out inspiration to people. Do you guys play with inspiration?
Not. You haven't really been giving it out often.
Right. I tend to give it out like it's candy.
Cool. Maybe I'll pick up on the habit.
I think the last inspiration we got, when we get inspiration, it's usually when we use it instantly to do a really cool thing when we fail because we want it to happen, kind of thing, right, Trad? It's like
most of the inspiration that happens in our game is just the bardic inspiration. I always forget to give you guys inspiration for doing cool shit. I know I did it when you did the tentacle monster at the end of chapter 1.
Yeah, that's the one time I remember it.
The only time I remember doing it.
It's like I'm about to do a really cool thing. Fuck, I fucked up.
Every time I remember the concept, I get really cool. I'm gonna remember to start doing this, and then it's gone by the time I play again.
I also tend to play inspiration slightly differently than rules as written. Rules as written, you have to state if you're using your inspiration to grant advantage or disadvantage before you roll. I think that's absolute wank. So what I tend to do is I let you roll the dice, and before I tell you if you succeed or fail, you can decide if you want to re-roll the dice using inspiration or not.
So lucky.
Yeah, but to a less reliable extent. Like, lucky happens every time you roll a 1, right? Like,
lucky is a very good feat to get.
Or just be a halfling.
Or, well, yeah, but it's
a halfling with a lucky feat. I can't remember if there are other ways to get more rerolls.
Do it,
like,
Reliant.
It's more subjective. It has to be certain situations. It has to be on saving throws and attack rolls, I think, only. I don't even think it's skill. It might be skill.
Something like that, yeah.
It's like very, very, only these things.
Brilliant. You say if you were capable of DMing, you just do it. There's only one way to become capable of DMing, and that's try.
Do it.
And learn. When I started out, I was absolute horse shit.
And I haven't done it much. Like, my problem is, like, I'm only okay at flying by the seat of my pants, and I have a lot of trouble motivating myself to do the prep I need to do. So it's like, I know what my problems are. I know how I can fix them. It would just be a matter of doing it. But yeah, I'm sure you could.
And sorry, go ahead.
Breakfast is really out here trying to start shit.
Yeah, trying to bring up old wounds.
Look, we need trebuchet. We need trebuchets.
He's a little shit stirrer.
That's fair enough, Reliant. There is nothing wrong with just taking pre-made adventures. There's tons out there. If you want to just take something and adapt it, you can always do that. My number one thing is just like, there are two types of DMs, which is the super prepared DMs and the winged DMs, right? Sorry, I'm going to a bit of DM philosophy here. Complete fucking side note.
Do it.
I have a campaign that I'm coming up that I'm planning to stream that I'm writing a lot of box text for, a lot of setup text, and that kind of thing. Whereas something like I'm doing for these guys next week, I won't come in with a lot of that stuff because I'm going to be like, hey, and then there's this, and then there's this, and then there's this, and then there's this, and they're going to be like, oh, look, shiny thing over there. And so I'm going to come in with like some bullet points to the adventure, and I'm just going to kind of wing it and see where people go. And eventually try and steer it in the direction of a conclusion.
I like that. It's a good way to do it.
So there are many different styles of DMing. You say the whole patience and prep and figuring out how to write things well. After you've been doing it for a little while, you can win a lot of it, to be honest. The Alex Wright in chat just ends up like being like herding cats or trying to stack triples. It doesn't work. I have a lot of Star Trek references tonight.
Hey, sometimes you gotta herd cats. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I'm gonna be herding at least one cat.
Condor, swear to God.
Meow meow.
But yeah, there's different philosophies to how people prepare for games. It's like I said, I've got this other campaign that I'm preparing for, which I'm writing a lot of box text for because it's a very structured campaign, and funny enough, it takes place on Ravnica. And it's just a lot of be aware, I won't be running it on my own channel. I don't stream on my own channel anymore. I stream as a group, which is 321_TV, and that'll be streamed on there. But yeah, it'll just be a bit of fun. But that's going to be a couple of months down the line when I'm prepared for that. Sorry, I'm completely dominating the conversation here.
Bob,
That's why we're here, dude.
We're here to talk to Bob. This is like you're the guest, the host.
Yeah, I'm learning as I read over sorcerer stuff. This whole meta.
No one wants to hear from us. Really, they don't.
I have literally complained 0 times, so we're in good shape.
Do you have anything to say to ask me, like outside of the game? Like,
all right, boxers or briefs?
Boxers or briefs? Boxers.
True. Bet.
But I meant more like with my experience with gaming and that kind of thing. But
how'd you get involved with Penny Arcade, people?
How did I get involved with Penny Arcade? So it started out. I was just a person that watched the stream, and right around the time that they started the C Team, Acquisitions Incorporated, the C Team, I was part of a D&D group that had started out of the people that hung out in the Penny Arcade stream. And right around the time they started the Acquisitions Incorporated C Team, I'm trying to make sure I'm getting the ordering right. I had started talking a bit to Jerry and Mike on stream, and then one of the characters in the C Team, it's called Rosie Beestinger. And I was chatting to Kate Welch, who plays Rosie, and I just made a bit of a joke. I was like, it would be really funny if Rosie and my character at the time, Corbin, used to be an item. And she's like, yeah, cool, they were married. I'm like, what? Right? And then, because they knew I had experience with D&D, there was then a push to run. So the fans of Acquisitions Incorporated are known as the Shadow Council, right? And there was a push to run a Shadow Council, like West Marches campaign, where different DMs come in and DM like one shots, and it all comes into an overarching story that is organized by one central DM.
Build upon a story, right? Like that kind of pizza.
Yeah. But again, it was this idea of you don't have to show up for every game, everyone stays around the same level, that kind of thing. And about that time, I got to know, like I said, I got to know Jerry and Mike and Kate and a bunch of the others that were working at Penny Arcade. And it was around that time that we started playing the game. So there's this weird knock-on effect. So Penny Arcade started playing with Chris Perkins. Chris Perkins was like the overall architect of D&D for a while.
He's a fucking legend. If anyone doesn't know who Chris Perkins is, he wrote a lot of D&D. He's an absolute legend.
Yes.
Yeah, he did their he DM'd like their first couple of campaigns on Acquisitions Incorporated, if I remember correctly.
And then partway through the Acquisitions Incorporated campaigns, Jerry Hawkins' character Omen Dran was written into D&D canon as a masked Lord of Waterdeep. So then, about 5 or 6 years later, D&D actually released the Acquisitions Incorporated source book, right? So even more of that is canon. So due to that, and both Omen and Rosie now being D&D canon, the character I have that was married to Rosie is D&D canon. So I have a character that is in the official D&D canon. It's never mentioned anywhere, but it makes me feel good.
Nice.
And that's actually with the blessings of the character of the person who created Rosie. It was her idea. So yeah, inadvertently, a character of mine became D&D canon from a joke. So
Sweet.
Have anyone played this? Genesis?
No, I have not.
9.
So are you familiar with the Fantasy Flight Star Wars? Where they have like the narrative dice system?
Relatively.
I know the dice.
I can roll with it.
I think
They have these like unique dice.
JP I think it's Jesse Cox did a Star Wars one with a few people, and I definitely watched him do that.
So they started out by releasing the Star Wars version, but then Fantasy brought out Genesis, which is like a system agnostic version of that, so you can put your own skin on it. And I picked that up recently, and I'm going to eventually read through that. But
so if you put the dice system in there for like failure and success kind of thing. Yeah. Okay.
Failure and success, but you can get like good successes and bad successes, and
like you trip the okay, you disable a mine, but I don't know, you
make it easier for the person to unlock the door or whatever. Yeah,
you dig too deep and you fall in a pit or something.
You did it, but not ideally.
But yeah, I've been really enjoying just chatting D&D with you all. So
yeah, it's always a good time.
Yeah, it's fun if I were a little bit less tired. Would have been even more
I
fun.
heard someone had a marathon gaming session yesterday.
It was only until
Yeah, we
6
did.
in the morning. What, you guys act like you're old or something. Wait until you get to be my age. Shut up, Trad.
I'm older than you, motherfucker.
I'm
No,
older
you're
than you.
not.
They're older than you.
We're almost all older than you.
I'm
Actually-
probably on this one here.
I think Palmer, you're older than Ben, right?
No, he is not.
Damn, he's younger. All right,
Okay,
I'm
so
definitely
they're older than you. Not necessarily.
are older than you.
Look, Trad, you have an unfair advantage because you live on the West Coast. So, yeah, you can stay up later than old people like me.
I still went to bed like as soon as we quit playing last night.
I threw on some. Oh, I watched a documentary about James May talking about like cars that shaped the history of the world for like an hour or so.
What were you playing last night?
Valheim. Minecraft, but Vikings and
Yeah,
graphics.
I am familiar with the come on, brain, make
Phenomenon.
words.
Sandbox.
Do you game at all, Bob? Do you PC or?
Yeah, I'm a PC gamer, pejoratively.
What are your go-tos?
At the moment, still working my way through Shadowlands in WoW. I tend to play a lot of point and clicks. The first game I ever remember completing is the very first Monkey Island game when I was like 10 or so. Love me some point and clicks. I don't play anything like outside of like WoW. I don't play anything like obsessively. Like if something new comes out, I'll turn my hand to it for a while till I've completed it, and then if we're looking at a non World of Warcraft game that I've completed the most, it would be either one of the Monkey Island games or Final Fantasy X. I played that through like 4 times.
Final Fantasy. One of the things I never got into, and all these nerds are into.
Get out of here, Larry.
I'm fully
Get out of here.
Final Fantasy up. I'm like, take it or leave it. I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
Man, the amount of money I spent back in the day to import a copy of Final Fantasy VI was ridiculous.
Like an actual copy of 6 on Super Famicom. Legit.
Because like,
Get it out of here. Get it out of here.
we couldn't
Worth.
get it. We couldn't get it in England, so I had to buy a converter and import the copy. And
So how much was it? 6 figures? Less than 6?
uh,
That's 12.
it was what?
That's 5 figures.
It was about 150 quid.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we're talking
still
what,
worth my money.
1990.
Oh, you got it at the time. Oh shit. Okay.
When it was new.
Okay. All right. Well, games back then were like $40, $60 anyway, weren't they?
Final Fantasy 3 or 6 has never been under $60.
But no. Well, how
94. So you're also talking about the fact that a pound in 94 was worth much more than it is currently.
Yeah, but I guess, yeah. But I remember SNES games were expensive. They were like $50.
Yeah, no. I completely agree. I remember new Genesis games were like $40 or $50.
That's
I
a lot.
spent about $90 on the game itself.
Yep.
And then I had to pay to import it to England.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to buy a converter to be able to play it. So it was a spendy thing to play Final Fantasy VI back in the day.
One of the best FF. Again, that's the only one I played, and I really liked it. It's actually the villain one.
Oh hey, if you want to play the new Final Fantasy VII remake DLC, you have to buy a PS5.
Jesus Christ.
I think 3.6 might be the most classic of the series, though. Like, if you're going to like one of them, it's probably going to be that one. I think that was the one that did it the most.
10's still my favorite.
That's a really good soundtrack. 6.
10 I have trouble sometimes thinking of as a Final Fantasy. It's weird. It's kind of
I'm not so.
how the rest of them went.
I like 10. I'm not so enamored.
I'm not saying I don't.
I like it. I don't love it.
10 holds other connotations for me. Like
That's fair.
personal nostalgia key reference points.
it's like it was the first game I bought when I moved here to America, for example, and moved in with my wife, and finally got to actually live with the woman I loved, and it was the first game we played together, and that kind of thing. So there's more to it than the game itself as to why it's my favorite.
Yeah. The emotional weight of the game.
Yeah, it's like the context of when I played the game is just as important as what the game was. Yeah, that makes sense.
It does. I feel that definitely. I've definitely got similar with the games that I would point to as some of my favorites. Like, yeah, the game might be good, but what was going on?
For me, it's I like 12 and 6 for very different reasons. Like 12, it's mostly about the story and how it's so different, and instead of being kind of your typical fantasy story, it has this slow burn narratives with villains that aren't just like, as much as I love Kafka, just laugh and do evil. But then 6 is like about as good as you can possibly get for the archetypal JRPG from that era.
For real.
You could play 15, that's like Kefka, but with a reason.
Well, part of the fun of part of the mystique of Kafka is you don't know much about.
Yeah, you really don't get much about it until way in.
And he really never gets his backstory at all.
Yeah, it's not much to work with.
There's something to be said for not knowing everything about a villain.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you end up with like 17 Kingdom Hearts sequels.
Yep.
None of which are good. Wait, did I start saying that out loud?
I'm not stopping you. Look. You don't boo Bob because you're upset. The man is right.
No one booing me.
Why are they booing me? I'm right.
Right. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, we had a good discussion about it last night, and a lot of it, especially with like these new games or games that have just been in development for so long, is the longer they're in that cycle of just development and hype and hype and hype, it's just at a certain point it just becomes like a house of cards. It's gonna fail at some point.
Is there a single game that's ever been in development for like a long time that's come out that's lived up to the hype?
Skyrim, maybe?
I don't know if Skyrim had a gigantinormous hype around it when it came out. Maybe GTA 5?
Yeah, probably GTA 5. And to be honest, they're still putting it on new consoles. It wouldn't surprise me if it gets ported to PS5 or
we already know it's
PC too.
It was the very first
game
covered in the PS5. Press it.
The Last Guardian? Yeah, The Last Guardian was pretty okay too. That's not a bad call.
Yeah.
A game that's lived up to its hype surrounding it.
That was in development for a long time.
Yeah.
I would say Kingdom Hearts 3, but no.
No.
Not anybody I talked to would agree with that. I didn't play the game, so I can't say, but I've heard that.
I don't know how long Animal Crossing New Horizons has been.
The weird thing with
not that long.
Though, the thing with Animal Crossing though, is Animal Crossing's the kind of game where you make your own goals.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like Alien Colonial Marines, right? Or Duke Nukem Forever, which have a campaign. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It's a sandbox.
It is what
How
you
about
make of it.
Smash, then? Smash, whatever the last Smash game was. I can't remember what it was. Smash Ultimate.
No. Mm-mm.
People still playing the hell out of it now.
People still play the hell out of it, but out of obligation at this point, I would say.
I don't understand that logic. I like older Mario Kart games more than the current one. I don't play the current one because, like, out of any sort of obligation.
I think
The games I want to play.
I think the Nier Replicant remaster is going to be the opposite. It's that game, they've been working on it for about a year and a half, 2 years now, and literally it's like a month and a half beforehand, and they've only put out 2 trailers for it. I have a feeling
Donkey
that.
Kong Country 2.
Ooh, all right.
Definitely hyped up. Definitely lived up to it.
Yeah, but it wasn't in development for like 7 years.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It wasn't.
Persona 5 was in development for 4 years.
Ooh, that's true.
Persona 4 was in development for 4 years, and it got delayed twice.
I mean,
So-
the question is, do you call it good? Like, what are the sales numbers on those comparative to like modern day AAA titles? Because like people that knew about 13 Sentinels knew that game was going to be an absolute monster, and I just read yesterday that it finally sold 400,000 units. That's like dog shit.
Using sales numbers as your metric for good is really weird because not a single person has tried to say the FF7 remake should be on this list, but I guarantee you it had enormous sales.
Yeah. I mean, living up to expectations and comparatively good is a tough one to wager in there.
Of course, especially with something like the FF7 remake, how like living up to expectations is literally impossible.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, I get it. Some of the stuff that I pulled out is like mildly unreasonable, like, or things that most people don't notice. But like, when you look at it as someone that plays video games every day and kind of semi does this, like, it's a full-time job for me at this point. But like, your hotel room in Final Fantasy VII, which has a door on it, and it's probably one of the most important doors in the game because you look at it 4, 5, 6, 7 times, does not load. It literally refuses to render. It's this weird, ugly, blocky, like literal PlayStation 1 texture on this door that has a nice close-up of Cloud and where he's interacting with everybody. I don't understand.
I would throw Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild onto this list.
That's probably a decent one.
Well,
I know
I'm not sure about the
dev cycle.
development cycle.
Breath of the Wild was in development for 5 years after Skyward Sword. Got delayed 3 times because of sales with the Wii U, and only got ported to the Switch because they didn't know what else to do with it, and it still lived up to the hype.
I was also getting a hell of a lot of mileage out of that engine between that and Immortals and this new Pokemon game.
Yeah, but listen, guys.
Argue...
Cyberpunk 2077 lived up to the hype.
Of what?
Fuck out of here, Palmer.
Just depends on the kind of hype we're talking about.
Could have been contender. It just
The what? Like the like the hype of it, the hype of it being just an absolute disaster or a ridiculous speed run.
And that's the other thing is like we don't exactly look at things the same as other people may. Like
Yeah.
what we see is like a really good game because that's a really interesting speed run.
Yeah, like Beyond the Beyond.
Very different to like
No, Beyond the Beyond's terrible. You shut the hell up.
It's a terrible game, but
Friends don't
speedrun
play-
is like litty titty.
friends don't let friends play Beyond the Beyond.
Unless they're Bowie. Bowie can suffer.
I said friends, not frenemies.
Hey.
But yeah, I was thinking of games that might fall under that list. I think Twilight Princess also falls under that category. It was in development for 4 years after Majora's Mask.
Was it well received though? That's the question. I mean, even
I think it was a mixed bag. The original Twilight Princess released on the GameCube and on the Wii. The problem with that though was that there was weird advertising for Twilight Princess. Because before we got Twilight Princess, we got Wind Waker, and before we got Wind Waker, we got a Game World advertisement about a 3D Link going up against a 3D Ganondorf in an epic battle for Hyrule's future, and we got nothing out of that except for a wolf howl at the end of the trailer, and we didn't know that was Twilight Princess until Twilight Princess came out. But people love Twilight. Like, if I talked to a Zelda fan and asked them what their top 3 Zelda games would be, Twilight Princess would more often than not be in that top 3.
Not
What about
mine.
Super
You'd have
Mario
to-
Odyssey?
I'd be okay with that one as well too.
Yeah, it depends on the dev cycle, but yeah.
It's so crazy to think about if Cyberpunk had just been like, hey, we're gonna wait for the next gen console and not like gone back on their word. I think it would have probably been one of the best received games of all time though. Like, they had such an opportunity to do it and they just fucking shit the bed. They shit the bed on it, dude. It was easy. All they needed to do was, hey, just say, hey, we're gonna wait until the new console releases. We're gonna work with it. We're not confident. Like, you can't tell me that no one decided to say, hey, why don't we test it on the old consoles? Wow, this runs like dog shit. Maybe we shouldn't.
It's pretty common knowledge that they knew that it was in as bad a shape as it was, but there was significant investor pressure that they needed to start getting some profit turned in.
That's
Which is
horrible.
why you shouldn't have a publicly traded company.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
That's rough. And they're traded on like the OTC, which isn't even like the real stock market.
I mean, I don't think FF12 was shit on release because it literally released. I think it was just not what people were expecting, especially coming off of FF10 and 11. I loved it when it came out.
That it instantly gainsayed 12 just because it wasn't the standard Final Fantasy party member.
Same thing with 11 or 13 too. 13's not bad.
I remember the last time a Final Fantasy game was like universally very well received on release. Maybe
They
7.
never are.
Alright, I gotta go to night, homies.
Night night.
Peace,
Good
Mama.
night,
Catch you,
everybody. I'll catch you in a bit.
Like 7 was like beloved obviously once that came out, but 8's pretty polarizing. 9 is loved now, but I don't think people really dug like I don't remember it being like everybody being crazy about it when it came out. Obviously, like, you know, reviews and magazines are gonna rank it high because it's, you know, it's Square, you rank it high, but
I can actually confirm that people love Final Fantasy 14 after it was taken over by OGP.
I mean, when that thing was released, though, it was a fucking catastrophic pile of dog
There's
shit.
a reason why the base game of Final Fantasy 14 is called A Realm Reborn.
yeah.
Yeah, they literally had to completely redo the entire fucking thing.
And if you want to say the redo was beloved on release, okay, but Final Fantasy 14 on release was not.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 on release was a questionable choice.
And I can tell you for a fact, having gone through the base game recently, it's garbage right now.
Yep.
Is it?
Answers that question. I've been wondering if I should try that soon, and nope.
Like, don't get me wrong, right? Once you get into the expansions and stuff, it gets better. But
Yeah.
that base game, which is the first slug, is
Horrid.
horrible.
How recently did you try this? Because they just revamped it around Reborn, didn't they?
I watched
About
Chris.
6 months ago.
Yeah, I watched
Yeah,
Chris
like,
Tenarium do a
couple
run of it like a couple weeks ago, and he was like, "Dude, this is awful."
Just a couple months ago, they just revamped Reborn to the point where they removed a lot of the quests, so it was too much of a slog.
Yeah. The problem is they didn't remove enough of the quests.
By enough, do you mean all of?
No, there was some genuinely fun and interesting quests in the Realm Reborn, right?
Yeah.
The problem is the way that a Realm Reborn is structured in its main story quest, the MSQ, which is the stuff you follow through for the plot,
Mm-hmm.
is because they were trying to get it out of the door for the remake. They were limited in certain things that they could do. So when they wrote the quests, they were writing to certain confines of technical and physical limitations, right?
Yeah.
However, when they went through to take out a lot of the quests, they took out a lot of the chaff, but they didn't trim down the amount of questing you had to do by a considerable amount, because all of what they considered were story important quests were still in there. They were just broken up into like bite-sized chunks, and it really isn't a good experience. For example, I'm not to give too much of the plot away, right? But there are these primals, which are your summons, rampaging across the earth. And this is one at this one point, there's a very specific one called Titan that is supposedly laying waste to parts of the countryside. And this one of the people goes, "Oh, we've defeated Titan before. Go speak to this person, and they'll tell you what we did." And you go talk to that person. You are then sent on a planet-wide quest to assemble a meal, buy wine, and do a bunch of other stuff so that they'll then help you.
That's horrid.
And it's bad.
That sounds like
And
some
they
Genshin
shortened
bullshit.
it since the revamp. Like, it's really bad.
Does it take longer than 9 minutes?
No, because it's broken up into very small chunks.
Oh, God.
It's the equivalent. Like, I'm trying to use an example, right? Without giving too much of the plot away in case people do. So it gets to a point, right, where all the way through the MSQ, you've been investigating this thing, right? There's been this one very specific thing that you've been looking into, and you've been plotting for, and you've been working with these people, and something happens. And you're just like, yes, I need to go tell this person and this person and this person and this person. And they're like, nah, dog, you need to go over there and talk to Jim, and he'll give you a quest to go kill some cows. But the bad guy, we've been chasing them for... Nah, dude, just
Cows first, man.
Like...
I know the quest that you're talking about. Yeah, that one is pretty bad.
And you're just like the whole point of me questing has been to find out this specific answer for other people, and then I have the answer and I'm not allowed to go and tell them. And you're like, ouch. It's just,
you hate to see
Final
it.
Fantasy 14 has a lot going for it. I really like the fact that you can get all the classes on one character. I really like a lot of what Final Fantasy 14 has going for it, and the depth of its story is really strong. But boy howdy is the first 60 levels a struggle. Because you get to a point, right, and I shit you not, where you finish A Realm Reborn, and before you can even start the content of the next expansion, there's 80 quests. Now, that's all stuff that was added in, like, post-patch and stuff, right? But here's the thing about, not to draw the obvious comparison, but World of Warcraft, right? If I didn't come back to WoW until like 9.3, I could play the story for 9.0 and skip straight to 9.3. and not have to do 9.1 or 9.2, right? You can't do that with Final Fantasy 14. You have to play every single piece of content.
Well, of course, because, monthly fees.
Correct.
Like, that's kind of what I was thinking about just now, kind of looking up at what Reliant was talking about on the chat, too, while he was talking, that it sounds like there's about a regular Final Fantasy's worth of good, like, super quality content in this game, but stretched out, like, 25 times longer than it has to be.
No, there's a good Final Fantasy games content in each expansion.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
It's just...
It takes some getting to.
Seeing it for the chaff is sometimes a problem.
Makes sense. I've had that problem with games.
And that's the thing is as Reliant's saying, the patches are storylines in and of themselves, right? It's not like in WoW where, like, at the beginning of 9.3, they'll just give you a cutscene that updates you on 9.1 and 9.2.
Mm-hmm.
You actually have to play through the plot because there is major plot that's happening in like 1. Or 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, and then you get to Heavensward, for example. It's like a Power Rangers season, which is really weird, where you have like the main plot and then you have the filler, right? And there's a lot of filler in A Realm Reborn. Just make sure you stick. Make sure you stick to the. If you're gonna play it through, make sure you stick to the MSQ. Don't do any of the side stuff. You will be there forever if you do that. Pick yourself a class, play it through to just stick to one class until you're max level. You got bonkers otherwise.
But don't you want to max all your jobs?
You do, but you're gonna wanna
I don't know.
you wanna work on the other jobs once you're max level with one job.
Like how it's called jobs. It's like, oh, we're different. We're jobs. No class. No, we're different.
No, Final Fantasy uses jobs, the job system in a bunch of their games.
Yeah.
Different.
I think it's not really an attempt to be different. It's just what they do.
I'm saying in most RPGs, it's class. Like, not just WoW. Class. D&D. The originator. Class.
Well, okay.
Class.
And this was
with Final Fantasy 14, they are literal jobs. You are being paid to do it. Like, one of the jobs is carpenter. One of the jobs is, like, your crafting professions are jobs. Like, there's carpenter and botanist, and like they are actual jobs.
But are you paid to be a thief? I guess. Yeah, true. Kinda. Usually thieves are self-employed. Let's say.
My class? Have you seen my posterior? Honey, it's a job itself. What?
I don't get that.
What?
Does that make sense in your head
What?
when you said that?
And
I don't get it.
You shut the hell up.
gentlemen, I'm gonna call it for the night. Y'all have a good night.
Night, Loki.
Good night.
Looking forward to the session.
Yeah.
But I'll reach out to you possibly tomorrow about that whole prison
All
thing.
good, mate. Just hit me up in the DMs.
I will.
Trying not to pick spells that are completely like, battle focused is hard for me. I'm like, this is such a good spell for combat. I was like, why would he have it? Why would he have it prepared? He's going there to do a job. Why would he have like nuclear bomb spell prepared? No, he wouldn't.
There might be. This is the thing, right? Is if you take enough time, especially with a cleric, you can justify anything. Just because, like, why would he have inflict wounds prepared, right? His order has it as part of his monastic training that every morning regardless, he prepares inflict wounds.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you can justify anything away by my order does this.
Clerics seem like Boy Scouts, to be honest. It's one of those things where there's a lot of training and a lot of prayer, so there's set repetition. You don't really need an excuse to do something.
It makes 100%. My tool just broke a little bit. I'll mend it. Like that's 100% tab mend.
Yeah.
But it absolutely does fuck all usually. It's a very
mending is probably the Forge cleric's secret weapon. Like someone brings him a broken horseshoe and you're like, yeah, give me like
2 minutes.
Give me like 5 gold in 2 days, and you're like 10 seconds later mending. Like,
yep.
Yeah.
It's like I've always had this thought, right? And it's been something I discussed with a couple of, because I had a couple of characters in a home game that hasn't been played for about a year now that wanted to transition, right?
Well, you can literally do that with spells.
But that's what I'm saying is, in a world where you can use a wish spell to literally rewrite reality and make it so you've always been female,
you could.
That's a big ass. That might lose you wish. That's a big ass.
But what I'm saying is there is a precedent to like things changing, right? Like druids exist, right? Like,
yeah.
Circle of the Moon druids exist. They can literally become.
I mean, we're talking about Tomb of Horrors. There, I was reading. I doubt anyone's going to play it. Even if you are, you should run away. That literally, they're traps that change your sex. That's actually a trap that you reverse sex and you reverse alignment.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Yeah, D&D is a weird place. It is. It's just so readily available.
I like that it's advancing and growing and becoming a lot more currently flavored, though. There has been pushback on a lot of things that have maybe not been so welcoming to certain people, and it seems to be changing to become a lot more new user friendly and evolving pretty, not perfectly yet, because it's kind of tough. Everyone learns and perceives information differently, but on a whole, it's becoming very easily accessibly digitally and over the internet. I mean, we've run through Roll20 for the past almost 2 years now, and we only had one hiccup where their servers were like down for whatever reason, and that was that.
I mean, that's just a hazard of being online, right? Like,
yeah. This was also mid-pandemic, by the way. It was like right when the whole thing first kicked off, and we're like, I think they're like, hey, so we don't know what to do, but apparently a lot more of you want to play D&D now, so our servers are going to be down for a couple of days while we figure out how to get things going. Yeah, while we get things upgraded and ready to go.
Just what was I going to say? I can't remember.
It's okay.
Do I go there?
What?
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
What?
So, are you all familiar with the Matthew Mercer effect?
Yes, I've read about this a lot.
Oh boy.
Every DM is compared to Matthew Mercer, and every campaign shall and will be run as Matthew Mercer says so.
Yeah, I hate it.
But in Matthew Mercer's campaign, it has become the gold standard, and it sucks. It's like anything. When things get popular enough, people go to that. It's accessible. People have a love and know about it. It's usually held to a standard.
And I dig it. Like I like the fact that they've brought people into the hobby, right? They've brought people into it. It's just I can't, and I've talked about this with Matt himself.
Wait, when did you talk to Matthew Mercer? Okay, now that's another story time, but go ahead, finish your thought.
Oh, I can answer that one really easy. Pax Unplugged about 3 years ago.
Sweet.
I had a bit of a chat with him. Talent.
They did a show there, right? They did a live show, right?
No, they were just there for a signing. They did a live show the year after, I think.
Okay.
But like, I had a bit of a chat with him, Marisha, Taliesin, and Liam. I think it was. It was the four of them. I was sat in the hotel lobby with them, just chatted with them for a while.
That's cool.
But like, I love that they're bringing people in to the hobby, and I love that Matt himself pushes back against the Matt Mercer effect, right?
He hates it. He hates when he
hates it.
He hates it.
I just, there are certain things that CR do that everyone now expects to be standard and rote for D&D. I love a lot, and I was around Critical Role when it all began because I was around Geek and Sundry, the streaming, before Critical Role was a thing. And critters are part of the reason I left the Geek and Sundry fandom, right? Because they would just show up and be like, "When's Critical Role?" in every show, and that's all they would talk about. But like, there's certain things that Critical Role do. Like, there's always an encounter. Like, you can always tell there's a fight in the horizon, right? You can always tell there's some kind of, I don't know. It just, and that's fine because they're putting on a show, right? And that's how people who watch it expect every D&D session to go.
Yeah, and it's not always that way.
Yeah. Like I did a game at like a convention, and this person showed up and they were playing and they were like, "Oh, I want to take a short rest." I was like, "Cool." An hour later they're like, "Yeah, but Matthew Mercer runs it as 15 minutes." And I was like, okay. That makes warlocks incredibly overpowered because they get all their spell slots back after a short rest.
Yep.
Right? Like, but
I feel like I said, you're not gonna have to worry about hearing that from this group.
Well, no.
Yeah. No. I'm not saying that I'm going to hear it from this group. I'm just like a general discussion on gaming, right? Since that's kind of why I'm here, right? Like,
yeah.
Since Trad took over our sessions, he was he could tell a story, but his rules were very lacking. And a lot of times, none of us really, other than Alec and Q, DM'd much. And then, so we would either go to other instances of, well, how do we rule this?
Literally straight to Google and type in the problem.
Google, or like, so there's this, who's the guy that always fucking tweets out that we're like, all right, that guy says it.
Jeremy Crawford.
Yeah.
The man who literally is running 5th edition D&D at the moment.
Yeah, okay. So if Jeremy Crawford, that is like, okay, yeah.
Generally we go by his rulings or tweets.
Thing that he said that I hated. There was something that I disagree really powerfully with when it came up.
That's the thing with D&D. If you hate it enough, and there's general consensus with the group, and you really want to change it, unless someone's like, please, like, I'll quit. Like, if someone does that, and then that's stupid. But still,
I would just say, okay, it's cool. We have like 5 people who'd be willing to jump into your slot in the campaign immediately. So
yeah, no, as the DM, it is your game table, and as long as everyone's on board, make it the canon. Make it it's a home rule at that point, and that's how D&D is played anyway. These are merely suggestions and rules.
They're like speed limits. They're not actually a law. It's just a suggestion based on weather conditions.
Merely suggestions.
No, they are. They're not codified law. They're just suggestions that are enforceable. Look, you can say that to the 3 warnings I have from driving to and from AGDQ, mister.
Are you going to become a sovereign citizen now too, Ben?
Larry, I've always been a fucking sovereign citizen.
But yeah, it's just, there's been a change in what it means to play and be involved in tabletop games over the last like
Doonigans.
5 or 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of it for the better.
I mean, it's the same kind of thing that happens when anything, I think, gets like really popular and gets mainstream attention.
Oh, for sure. I'm not saying otherwise. I'm just saying, like, there comes a time where we have to start examining our own behaviors and how we hold ourselves to standards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not gonna walk into a game session with a group I don't know and expect you all to be doing voices and
dress up in
say,
your costume and shit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be expecting that at all. If you want to do that, cool, go ahead. But like, I'm not expecting anyone to be doing accents or like going out and purchasing miniatures to paint or whatever, right?
Screw
like,
that, I'll 3D print them.
That's acceptable too, man. Again, D&D has so many different facets. You don't have, there's nothing required. It's a creative outlet for you to spend time to share a story with friends.
I mean, I think that's one of my main issues with the whole Critical Role effect thing is, like, I like all those people individually, and I like that it's Dungeons and Dragons and the production value is extremely high. Like, that is an incredible show and podcast, or however you want to describe it, that they put together, and it's awesome. But it does inevitably lead to unrealistic expectations for a lot of circumstances. Like, you know, you say, hey, you want to play D&D with me to a person that's all they have, and you just hang out in your friend's basement and get drunk. It's a bit different than, look, I have this custom built table and all of my friends are famous kind of a deal.
Yeah. Everyone's
everyone Reliance says it right. Every new person expects it to be that, like, it's going to be that exciting and that nail biting every time, and half the time it's us just fucking trudging around and not being able to stab things properly. Yo, Kev, thank you for the resub. 26 months, dude.
Dragons trying to end the
Appreciate it.
universe, and half the time I'm telling dick and fart jokes about 3 dwarves in a trench coat.
Oh, you mean Drakengard 3?
Say that again?
You mean Drakengard 3?
I don't know. I just know that there was some dragon thing in fucking Critical Role.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually considered doing 3 dwarves in a trench coat for this.
It's a great joke.
But that's why I didn't do it, because
There's actually 3 kobolds in a trench coat. That is actually a race or something. There's something like that.
So there's a
Three
race.
halflings in their trench coat.
There's a race in Tomb of Annihilation called the Pateri,
Bless up though,
which
Kev.
is
Super
goblins that have an
appreciated.
ability that can
Yo,
stack,
Dan
so you can
Harmon's
actually stack
dope,
goblins on
dude.
top of one another,
I
and
think
it is a game
Dan
mechanic.
Harmon hasn't done anything illegal or immoral yet,
Skaya?
right?
It's literally the way that you put 3 goblins in a trench coat. You make them Pateri. It gives them mechanical advantages.
Interesting. I want to see this more close. So,
Can we see 3 goblins in a trench coat in our one shot? Larry wants to see the mechanical advantages.
Yeah, no, it's different. Just,
only if I can reroll those 3 dwarves at the trench coat.
with me and D&D, I guess I'm not the creative person. I like absorbing the knowledge. I like the storytelling. It's essentially a big movie to me. I like the whole. That's why I was like the Outer Planes and all that stuff. Oh man, I watched some YouTube videos on those. They're so interesting, and I just want to be able to visit them. And
Well, that's good. That seems like the adult way to handle being a fucking making a mistake and owning up to it.
He wants to do a lot of research, and that's a lot of work. Right? It's a lot of work, and I don't want to like. Push
I was gonna say, I thought he had something like that, but I don't remember what the outcome of it was.
One of my biggest D&D touchstones is Planescape Torment. The concept of the multiverse and there being other planes and stuff out there is very beholden to me. I am very interested in the concept. If when it happens, who the fuck knows in what degree, I don't know, but I wouldn't count it out just
Just
because.
until you get astral projection as a monk, I will fucking make
I'm around with a prime metallic or
I'll just go places.
planes for my first character's backstory. Like, I don't know.
I am excited to play my new character though, even if it is only for a session or two. It's something different. I'm excited for it.
Session or two. Are we gonna make this into a campaign now? Then, or is that where you?
Well, no, but if like, I don't intend for this to be a campaign, but like, if we don't get to the end of the story, we can always come back to it later.
In before Palmer next week is like, yeah, so like I don't think I'm busy enough or like free enough to like run Carbon anymore, cause like,
Oh, come on.
you know, Stonks like, hey Bob, could you just like run this campaign for us? I'm like, you know it's coming. I will double back on the bet for
Kitty
that.
stream. It's taking up all my time now. All my time. That's what's gonna be. It's gonna be the new Kitty stream.
Hi
I
Casa.
think it's dope, by the way. I think it's way more entertaining than his actual stream.
I mean, he has a good point.
Ouch, Larry.
It is though. It's so much more entertaining.
Do you know how many times I get up in the middle of the night at 4 in the morning and Larry's and Palmer's stream talking shit?
He knows it. I mean, I already told him, like, I don't know. Man,
That's
this is
handy.
the stream,
I like
man.
it. So is
I
it
think
like
it's
based on
already for you.
which
It
character
might-
is it
I don't
based
know.
on? And hi Casa, yeah, us
No, I didn't
people.
run it up.
We have Bob.
It hasn't yet, but there's just definitely consistency, and it's definitely moving up.
Well,
Anyway,
the whole concept of live kitty TV is that it's a warm place for the cats to go in the winter, and the winter's pretty close to over.
Yeah. But the other thing is, it could be used as adoption services. There's a streamer I watch, Kuro Ken, who's based out of Tokyo, and one of the things he likes to host is Nekumoro, I believe, and it's basically like, I'm not sure if it's like an animal shelter because I'm not sure how like Japan handles this stuff, but they basically like have a live camera feed set up with cats, and it's like the premise is like, you can watch these cats, and if you want to adopt them, like you can send us a message and we'll send you an email back and kind of go back and forth and, you know, help with adoption services and feeding and spaying and neutering and stuff.
Bob, do you have animals or no?
Not at the moment, no.
Do you want a cat and a ferret?
No, part of the reason we don't have a pet is I can't have them right now,
Allergies?
among other things.
Yeah.
Very, very. I think
How are you,
everyone
young
has-
Casa?
I think smoking-
Just bad shit happens to him. It's like me. Your character is me.
Never talked about it.
I think he's always talked about getting a bird. I didn't know if he got one yet. Alex, do you have animals?
I had them for a long time, and then we haven't had them for a bit. There's a little bit of home renovations, walls that we want to make sure are, you know, not enterable by cats. And then we're gonna get a couple. Don't really have a yard for a dog, otherwise that would be an option too.
Do you plan on just caulking like every seam in your house? I mean, cats are essentially a gas.
Try owning a
Fucking-
ferret,
fucking
trad.
You can't get through. Are you going to be able to breathe when you're done?
No, we know what we're doing. We have
Some
like, when I
ships.
say holes in walls, I mean like renovation.
What?
Like we took
Was it a large bear?
part of the wall away to get at the stuff behind it.
Okay, that's definitely Lemony Snicket there. Oh shit, I gotta get to bed. No, wait until Bob gets back and we'll say goodnight. Alright, gents, once Bob returns, I gotta call it a night. It's 12:30. I gotta do some Genshin shit quick and study and pass out.
You can't shit. You
What's up?
choose to. You're fucking addict. You fucking addict. Put the game down.
Do you hear this fucking cockstain
addict,
talking to
man.
me?
Addicted. Ugh.
Shelby just farted and wafted it at you, Larry. She's fucking disgusted and quite offended by your reprehensible words and actions these past
Kitty
weeks.
Waifus can wait. You can leave them alone for a bit.
I have no idea what you're on about. Like, realistically?
Isn't there big titty waifus? I just assume it's fucking.
No, I spend 10 minutes doing, like, stupid job quests so I can roll free characters. That's literally it. That's
I don't like, it's not like an hour-long thing. I log in, do my commissions, and call it a fucking day after like 10 minutes. The end.
Then, wait, well then, okay, then why'd you play it? What's the goal if you don't play it for long periods of time to gain a?
Oh, sometimes there's quests and then there's adventure stuff. It's just I don't play it at night because I have to go to bed and I still need to study tonight.
So do you play other than that? Right.
Yeah, I play it other than just like the daily stuff, daily top-ups. But all right, gentlemen, I must call it an evening.
Yeah, it's kind of late for all of us.
Good night. Yeah, it's
Yeah.